Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Minnesota.
The Twins hope that they can get a split of their two-game series with the Detroit Tigers after a disappointing start to the homestand last night. The Tigers have put together a pretty good run, and they found themselves over the 500 mark now for the first time, and the Twins have a long ways to go to get there, and they hope to take a step forward in that regard here today. And along with Hall of Famer Bert Blyleven, I'm Dick Bramer. The Twins looking for any good vibe that they can get, and lately their best vibes have come with Scott Baker on the mound.
Yeah, Scott Baker has been pitching outstanding. 4 quality starts in a row. He's coming off his longest outing of the year, and that 8 innings in that 9-2 win in Fenway Park. Baker, you can see the great ERA, 1.59 over 28 and a third innings with 25 strikeouts, only 4 walks for Scott Baker. And when you think about Scott Baker, you think, well, you know what? His control of his fastball, that has really helped Scott, keeping the ball down and then also able to go up the ladder a little bit with that fastball. Baker picking up a lot of strikeouts. Twins need a quality start.
Well, for the Tigers, priority number 1 in the offseason was to find somebody to hit behind Miguel Cabrera. The opposing teams nearly set a record by intentionally walking Cabrera 32 times last year. Well, they found a good one in Victor Martinez.
Oh, they really did. 3 hits in last night's ball game for Martinez, driving in 4 runs and currently on a 10-game hitting streak. A guy that uses all the field. And, you know, you have a guy like him behind Cabrera. People think, well, you know, do we pitch to him or do we pitch to Martinez? They walked in Cabrera intentionally last night, and Martinez made him pay.
Well, we've had some unstable weather throughout the home schedule here at Target Field, and that's the case again today. But hopefully we won't have any snow or hail. Kevin Gorg with more on the weather in a moment. On Fox Sports North is brought to you by your local Northland Ford dealers. Visit your local Northland Ford dealer or go to northlandford.com. And by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards.
Welcome back to Target Field. We're just moments away from the first pitch. We've seen it all this year. We've seen rain a couple weeks ago. We even had snow here at Target Field, but last night we were waiting for cats and dogs. It was coming down, golf ball size hail, a crazy atmosphere, a delay of over 1 hour. Many players taking all kinds of chuckles at their first ice delay, and we caught up with Michael Kadire, and here were his thoughts on something most had never seen.
Yeah, I've never seen hail like that. You know, I've seen maybe little teeny ice cubes you get out of a drink machine or something, but I've never seen golf ball size hail before, and to have it during the game was pretty crazy.
Well, it rained earlier today, and once again the humidity is up, but we're hearing good things about the chances of, number one, this game starting on time, and number two, getting this game in. Big spot Scott Baker takes the mound. It's the Twins and the Tigers on Fox Sports North. Next.
There was Christmas in April a couple of weeks ago, and last night marked another first at Target Field with a hail delay. But the one thing Minnesota has not seen enough of this season is hits. Frustration is at an all-time high as the Twins' banged-up lineup continues to search for offense. They hope to find it today and salvage a split against the Tigers. And the weather gradually improving, a little bit of sunshine streaming through the clouds, and Scott Baker hopes to keep things going on a personal level and give the Twins a really, really good chance to win a ball game.
Well, that's what they need, especially after last night's ball game. Francisco Liriano, less than 18 hours ago, went only 3 innings, put a lot of extra pressure on that bullpen.
Menard's batting order for the Tigers: Austin Jackson leading off, Scott Sizemore, Brennan Bosch, Miguel Cabrera, Victor Martinez, Ryan Rayburn, Alex Avila, Ramon Santiago, and Brandon Id.
Let's take a look at Scott Baker making his 7th start. 4 quality starts in a row for Scott Baker. 28 1/3 innings, 25 strikeouts, 1.59 ERA combined. making his 21st start against the Tigers. That's the most against any opponent. He has 6 wins against the Tigers and 4 losses in his first 20 starts.
Northland Ford defense for the Twins. An outfield of Rene Tassoni, Denard Span, and Michael Kadair. An infield of Danny Valencia, Matt Tolbert, Luke Hughes, and Justin Morneau. And Rene Rivera behind the plate. I said during the pregame show, I'll say it again, I really think this is an important game for the Twins. Not much has gone right in the first 6 weeks of the season. The Twins have, however, beaten the Indians twice here. The only time they faced the first place Cleveland club. They won twice in Chicago against the White Sox, and those are small steps forward in an otherwise disappointing season. You don't want to take a step backward and lose 2 to another team ahead of you in the standings. Outside, ball 1 to Austin Jackson.
Well, Dick, I think everybody's waiting for the Twins to turn it around, but again, you have to have patience with this ball club. There's a lot of guys that come up from AAA that probably shouldn't and are not ready to play Major League Baseball, but the Twins have their back against the wall with so many injuries. So the Ron Gardenhire, believe me, it's frustrating everybody in the organization up here in the booth to watch this club play it the way it has been.
To center field. Playable for Span, 1 away. So Jackson retired. He's had success against Baker. So Baker hoping to get him out, and he did on just a handful of pitches.
Yeah, good changeup right there. Jackson a little out front. But you know what, Dick? When you're hitting .228 as a ball club, that's the least amount in the American League. When your pitching staff combined 4.78 ERA, that's worst in the American League. Twins have no place to go but up.
That's
so,
true.
What the heck?
That's true. Fans watching, at times have probably wanted to reach through the TV and throw something at the TV.
Don't do that. You'll just have to buy a new one.
Strangle the announcers, whatever. But, you know.
Just Dick. Don't get me.
It's 2-0 to Scott Sizemore. And up and in, 3-0. The one thing Baker's done, and he's in danger of going against that trend, he's thrown strikes, hasn't walked many people. And now he's behind Sizemore, 3-0.
Yeah, for Baker, only 10 walks in 40 innings pitched so far this year. Looking for his 3rd win.
And there's a strike. So while we talk about the Twins pitching staff uncharacteristically walking a lot of people, Baker has been one of the exceptions to that. And a belt high strike fills the count.
Well, that's one thing Baker's always been able to do. You know, I mean, over his career, he has not walked a lot of batters. Averaging about 2 walks per 9 innings over his career in his 7th season with the Twins.
And he came back to strike him out. Got to 2 strikes and got Sizemore to expand the strike zone a little bit for his first strikeout of the day.
Well, nice, easy delivery for Scott Baker, and then right there, good release with something on it. So Baker picking up a strikeout.
Brennan Bosch, the hitter, moving up to the 3rd spot in the batting order with the right-hander starting Baker. Last night, of course, Francisco Liriano started, and Bosch hit lower in the order. And Bosch takes low, ball 1.
Yeah, Magloire Ordonez not playing this afternoon. Johnny Peralta, 2 guys that actually have pretty good numbers lifetime against Scott Baker, but they're getting the day off.
Well, the Tigers, like the Twins, have an off day tomorrow, so it's an opportunity for a senior player like Ordonez, to a lesser extent Peralta, to in essence get 2 days off when only 1 is on the schedule. 2-0 now to Bosch. Fastball gets a swing and a miss, 2-1. Mentioned it last night. Bosch had such a good first half of the year last year and such a poor second half. The Tigers are hoping that he moderates both extremes and has just a more consistent year this year.
He's a big kid at home plate, 6'4", about 235. And a big swing right there.
You know, one thing we've seen, Bert, through Baker's good string of 4 starts, we hope 5 today, a lot more of that. More swings and misses and less, you know, those never-ending foul balls with 2 strikes that prolonged half innings and ran up Baker's pitch count. Popped up, foul, and out of play. Sure enough, there's a foul ball.
Well, you know what? Back against the Rays in Tampa, he pitched very well. He pitched 7 innings, gave up only 1 run and 1 walk and 6 strikeouts. Now, he got a no decision in that ball game. I remember after the ball game, he said he had a good feel for the changeup, something he didn't have in his first 2 starts. And there's an off-speed pitch right there.
Breaking ball down and in. Bosch checked his swing. It's a full count with Cabrera on deck.
Baker coming off his longest start of the year, 8 innings against the Boston Red Sox in the 9-2 win.
And he walked him. So Baker nearly walked Sizemore. Now he does walk Bosch, and Cabrera will come up with a man aboard. This afternoon, Twins baseball brought to you in Sony High Definition. Out here this morning, mid-morning. The tarp was on the field with some rain on the way in today. But we hope that we will have some sunshine to show you and uninterrupted baseball to bring you. And Cabrera takes a pitch in the dirt, 1-0.
Yeah, this is a guy right here. We talked about Cabrera last night, Dick. I mean, such a good hitter. And Baker, yeah, he likes his fastball, but this is a guy you just can't keep pumping fastballs to him. He'll make the adjustment, and he'll hit that ball the other way. Baker started him off with a breaking ball, missed. You have to, if you're going to come in, you have to come hard in.
Cabrera setting up inside. It looked like it covered the outside corner, but it's ball 2.
Well, a lot of times, you know, when your catcher moves like this, and watch where the pitch is, it's over the plate.
Baker, who fell behind Sizemore, got him. Fell behind Bosch, walked him. Now falls behind Cabrera, and there's one about the belt, and that one's called ball 3. We have Vic Carapazza behind the plate.
Carapazza got to open up his eyes a little bit. That ball's pretty much in the strike zone again. So 2 of the 3 have been strikes, but Baker finds himself 3-0 as far as the count.
With Martinez on deck. First time we've ever seen Vic Carapazza. Now Cabrera, understandably confused because Baker's pitched to the frame of the strike zone, and he thought it was ball 4, and it's called strike 1.
The 2-0 pitch, almost the same spot. And that was a ball. That's a strike.
3-1 to Cabrera. And Rivera held it, and Cabrera draws a walk. My goodness. You'd like to give the rookie umpire a benefit of the doubt here.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You
well, we want
strikes. My goodness. 3 of the 4 pitches were in the strike zone.
That was, that was more of a strike than the one that was called a strike. Well, now the table is set for Cabrera with Baker walking back-to-back batters.
Oh, Victor Martinez, a switch hitter, 3 hits in last night's ball game. Was a left-handed hitter hitting .328. Overall average at .314.
And a change-up over for a strike.
That's a pitch right there. You look fastball, and that's what Baker said about 4 starts ago. Had a better feel for that changeup.
You're out there on the mound, and you pitched, to the outside of the strike zone. You haven't gotten any calls. The temptation is to get more of the strike zone. This is a dangerous guy to do that to. At least he's working ahead of Martinez here.
That's why you throw something other than the fastball. Good changeup.
Tigers trying to do some damage here in the first with a pair of 2-out walks. And a breaking ball inside. Gets a swing and a miss, 2 strikes. Last night, Liriano got in trouble after a walk, falling behind Peralta 2-0. Peralta ended up hitting a home run. Now Baker trying to finish off Martinez ahead of the count, 0-2. Steal the inside corner, but missed.
All right, good location right there. Again, if you're going to go in, you want to miss in, and that's what Baker did right there, especially with the count in your favor, 0-2. Get the ball in there. Good extension right there by Baker. Good follow through.
25th pitch of the inning for Baker. Has not given up a hit yet. And there's a ball off the end of the glove of Hughes, and it will score. Now Kadire trouble with the ball, and they'll throw behind Martinez. He's safe at first, but Kadire's bobble allows Cabrera to go to third base.
Well, an error be charged to Michael Kadire, his third of the year, second as an outfielder. Victor Martinez picking up an RBI, picked up 4 last night, and the Tigers take an early 1-0 lead. An RBI single for Martinez, the error by Kadire, and runners at the corners with 2 outs.
So the 2-out walk to Bosch has cost the Twins a run. And here is Ryan Rayburn. Baker 2 quick outs, and it looked like he was going to get through the first inning. Now the Tigers have 1 looking for more. And a high fly to deep left field. Tassone going back on the warning track to make the catch. And Baker, as he did, I think would like to have a conversation with the home plate umpire like he did in Boston. Denard's batting order. Denard Span leading things off. Luke Hughes moving up to second. Jason Kubel, Justin Morneau, Danny Valencia fifth, and Michael Kadire. Rene Tassone, Rene Rivera as the Renes hit back-to-back, and then Matt Tolbert.
And a scatter report on left-handed starter, the only left-handed starter for the Tigers. Making his 7th start, Phil Koch. He also made 2 relief appearances, a reliever turned starter. You know, Tigers had him start 1 time last year, but he appeared in 73 relief appearances. And he's been struggling a little bit as of late over the last 3 starts. 0-2 with a 7.16 ERA.
Well, the Denard Span will lead things off. Jim Leland's team has turned things around. They had a difficult stretch when they were playing without Victor Martinez, and now Martinez has had a huge impact in this little 2-game series with a great night last night. He was driven in a run here in the first inning today. Here's Denard Span. Ball 1.
Oh, the Twins saw Koch when he was with the Yankees and then last year with the Tigers. Fastball in the low 90s.
2-0.
That's 92-mile-an-hour fastball right there. I'll mix in a slider and a changeup.
A couple of starts with 4 walks in a ball game for Koch. There's a strike on the outside corner. Gave up 11 hits to the Blue Jays and 4 earned runs over 6 innings in his last start. And only threw 79 pitches. Nub foul, 2-2.
It's all the process of building that arm up. Again, a reliever, you have to be very, able to sometimes come back-to-back ball games. But when you're a starter, you get a little better routine. But now it's just a matter of building that arm strength up to where you can go 75 to 100 pitches without, really hopefully feeling okay. And that's what they're doing with Phil Coke.
Span grounds it foul. And the Twins went through something similar with Brian Dunsing. Dunsing was a reliever last year at the start of the year, moved into the rotation over the course of the season, and then the Twins decided very early on in spring training that he would be a starter. And then sure enough, Dunsing last night had to pitch out of the pen because Liriano only went 3 innings. That's a punch to center field right at Austin Jackson. And Span's retired, 1 away. Northland Ford defense for the Tigers. Got Ryan Rayburn in left, Austin Jackson in center, Brennan Bosch in right. Brandon Inge, Ramon Santiago on the left side of the infield, Sizemore Cabrera on the other side, and Avila catching the day game after the night game. Here's Luke Hughes. Hughes holding his own, being a force-fed daily play here now with the injury to Tsuyoshi Nishioka. There's a bunt, very hard to hinge. He has an easy play for out number 2. And that'll bring up Jason Kubel. Tigers got a run after the first 2 batters were retired. We'll see if Kubel can start something.
Yeah, too hard a bunt right there. Maybe a good try with Inge playing back, but with a half swing like that, you hit a double down the left field line.
Here's Kubel. Down and away, ball 1.
Kubel continues to hit. Hitting at .347. 42 hits and 121 at bats, 10 doubles, 3 home runs, and he's driven in 16 runs.
2-0.
Excuse me, I had my finger on the cough button. Still fighting that cold. I'm sorry about that.
Well, nothing to apologize for. 2-1 to Kubel. Just don't give it to me.
No. I don't want to give it to anybody.
2-2.
I tried giving it to you last night.
I know that.
I don't want it anymore.
That's hit well to left field. Rayburn going back. And on the track hauls it in. Pretty well hit ball by Jason Kubel, but it's a 1-2-3 first. to you by Pentair. And the first inning went to the Tigers 1-0. You got a 2-out hit from Victor Martinez. And it's 1-0 with the bottom third of the Tiger lineup due up here in the second, starting with Alex Avila. So Baker, who's been very good with his control, walks a couple of guys. Might have been some reasons for that. Looked like some of those pitches were in the strike zone. But it continues a trend where the Twins have really paid the price for walking too many batters. The Twins year in and year out have been very good at limiting walks, and then within that limiting the damage from those walks. And you look across baseball, run scoring is down so far this year 7%. So that's all the more reason to throw it over the plate, because across baseball hitting is taking what am I trying to say? Hitters are having a more difficult time this year than last year.
Yeah, but you know what, Dick? I think there was some very cold weather. Yeah. You can't put that all on. That's why the Twins batters or Twins pitchers have walked so many guys. But it's the history of Rick Anderson being the pitching coach here and under Ron Gardenhire. The main thing they were always taught in spring training, it's all goes filters all the way down to the minor leagues. Throw strikes, trust your stuff.
1-2 to Avila.
Again, Baker, the most he walked in a ballgame this year, 4, and that was his opening start in New York.
And Avila strikes out, 1 away.
And Baker picks up his second strikeout. Ron Coomer, when you're facing a guy like Scott Baker, he's got a good fastball, but you know what? He can throw the ball down, and then he'll go up the ladder with you too.
But that's what's been effective to me, Bert. I always look at our pitchers and opposing pitchers from the hitter's perspective, and you look at Baker. Even early in this game, that pitch isn't a strike, but it's the same level down. And then when he elevates, it changes the eye level and makes it tough on the hitter. Good low fastball, then he elevates for a good quality strike. To me, Bake has enough drop and drive, kind of old school pitcher like you'd see back in the 70s, Bert, where he drops down and drives. And if he keeps the ball down and the hitter stays on the ball down, when he does elevate that fastball, it makes it two things. One, tough to lay off of. And 2, it's usually a ball out of the zone. You get a quality pitch and a good strikeout. It really has the effect of a couple different pitches. I think if he can stay down in the zone and elevate late, you're going to see his strikeouts continue.
1-1 to Santiago and a called strike, 1-2.
I think too, Ron Coomer, that Baker does a good job of getting to that balance point. He'll show a little bit of rear pocket, but then he's very quick with his right arm too, as far as bringing the hand through. Like that.
Fouled away.
Bert, do you know what I mean by, like, I can remember as a kid watching Tom Seaver, where he would drive, as he got to his balance point, then he would go down into his right leg and then drive through. But he had his arm up high. To me, Bake has a little bit of that where he gets down in his motion right there and then it explodes through. Where some guys like to seem to stand a lot taller and pitch up to down more.
Yeah, you know what? Tom Seaver actually used to wear a knee pad on his left knee area because his left knee would hit the ground when he followed through. Excuse me, the right knee.
1-2 to Santiago, and another foul ball. Well, there'll be a guy in Cooperstown for your induction, Sandy Koufax. He was a drop and drive guy, right? We've talked about that, how he just had such a long stride for a relatively short guy and got so much power from his lower half and his delivery to the plate.
Well, I don't think anybody got more power off that pitching rubber than Nolan Ryan.
Right.
I mean, he really utilized that pitching rubber and drive and the importance of the strength of your lower torso. I think when I think of Sandy Koufax, I think of that high mound too that was like a pyramid. Now, these guys are pitching on a 10-inch mound. 10-inch mound.
Span goes into a dive and makes a catch. Nice play by Denard Span on a little flare to short center field.
We have seen Span cover a lot of ground, and he's a guy that doesn't play real deep, but it's the first couple steps, and right there, Span in full speed ends up making a nice diving catch.
Guys, there's no doubt that ball was caught on the first 2 steps. I was watching Denard as the pitch was being delivered. That's as good a jump as you're ever going to get on a blue pit.
Here's Brandon Inge, and there's a bouncer foul. And all the while acknowledging that this has been a pretty ugly start to the season. There have been a few things that have gone right for the Twins, and one of them is the play in center field of Denard Span. He's played a much better center field than he did at any time last year, I think. Last year, I think Denard would tell you he didn't have a particularly good year in the field, but that's not been the case this year.
You know, center fielder, you have to have that cat-like instincts, and he showed it right there. The first couple steps, like Coomer said, I mean, he knows where he's headed, and hopefully he can catch up to it, and he did.
Guys, I wonder if some of that has to do with playing in a new ballpark for 80-plus dates and not knowing the way the wind blows and how the ball's going to carry. Obviously, late in the year, we knew the ball was not going to carry here. But you wonder the effect on outfielders the wind has to play. The infielders, the infield isn't that quick. So the infielders are going to be able to figure it out pretty rapidly.
You know, Ron, we've been out in the outfield for our instructionals after a ball game, and the wind swirls in here. Even though it looks like it's blowing in from left field, sometimes, a ball in the air will actually almost a tunnel effect go back out.
Yeah, it's doing that again today, too, Bert.
2 strikes to Inge. And there's a call, 3rd strike. So in the 2nd inning, Baker is able to get the 3rd out. And it's a 1-2-3 inning.
Submit an email on why your sign should be circled on an upcoming home game and have a chance to visit us up in the booth. We will reveal 2 sections the morning before each game, one being listed on foxsportsnorth.com and the other on kfan.com.
A lot of school kids here. My daughter's here today on a field trip.
Wow.
Yeah, I've told this story before.
That's a field trip.
I know. When I was a kid, I went on one field trip. It was a sewage treatment plant.
Did you bring home any souvenirs?
No. Keith Sims leaned over the railing. He lost his glasses. And to my knowledge, he never got them back. And here's Justin Morneau starting the 2nd inning. Field trips have changed. Morneau takes outside, 1-1. Morneau, Valencia, and Kadai are facing Phil Koch.
We never went on a field trip. The teachers didn't trust us. We'd never come back.
And now 2-1. Twins had a pretty quick bottom of the 1st inning, even though Koch was throwing a lot of. Well, he fell behind Span and looked like he might be in position to issue some 1st inning walks. That's a little flare to short left field, and Rayburn comes in, won't make the play. It bounces behind him, and Morneau will start the 2nd inning with a bloop double. So Rayburn tried to make a play on it, but the ball bounced by him. And the Twins get the tying run in scoring position.
Well, we just showed you that, Bernard Span, the cat-like instincts here right off the end of the bat. Rayburn comes in, decides as he thinks he can catch it. He cannot. It got by him. So a leadoff double for Justin. Always a good sign when Justin starts hitting the ball the other way.
Remember, in game 163, it was Rayburn, I think, in left field. Michael Cuddyer with the Twins down a run in, 9th, 10th inning, whatever it was. And Rayburn tried to make that same play. And the ball bounced by him, and Cuddyer ended up with a triple. The Twins ended up getting the game tied and, of course, won it the next inning.
Okay, Dick, this is a situation here. The Twins have not scored a lot of runs this year, the least amount in baseball. Now, they have to do the little things. Danny Valencia has to find a way to get Justin over to third.
It's early enough in the ball game if he gets the job done. Morneau at third base. Tigers might just play the infield back and give Cuddyer a chance to tie it up with a ground ball. So, yes, good point. Valencia needs to make sure. There's a short fly to center. And that ball is caught. And Valencia did not get the job done. One down.
Not a good at-bat.
Let's find Kevin Gorg someplace here at Target Field.
Thanks, guys. I'm down the left field line right near our pre- and post-game set today, just outside section 127. All kinds of great new options, but I've already found my very favorite and standby. It's the Asian Wok, W-O-K, right outside 127. This is the chicken stir-fry. And, Bert, I know in baseball, from a pitcher's perspective, walks are bad. I can tell you from my time here at Target Field, walks are certainly very good.
Well, enjoy, Kevin. Thank you very much. Don't be afraid to bring it down here.
Here's Cuddyer, who now will try to get Morneau in from second on his own with a base hit. There's strike one. In my next life, I want to come back as a field reporter here at Target Field. Robbie Ince-Mikowski, Kevin Gorg, all they do is eat. Well, here's Cuddyer, who will try to get the game tied up. Or there's a drive to left. Rayburn over, and it's off his glove. And Cuddyer will drive in his 5th run of the year. So Rayburn has been in the middle of everything that's happened here in the bottom of the second. A double in front of him, now a double just over his reach and left.
Yeah, good effort right here by Ryan Rayburn, because Michael Cuddyer gave this a ride. Pitch right there, belt high. Good solid swing by Cuddyer. And the Twins need a break. And it hit off the glove of Rayburn. And ends up getting that ball right back into his hand. Watch it just tip off his glove. Just out of reach. Ball bounced right back to him. But an RBI double for Cuddyer. And the Twins do tie it at 1 apiece.
And Cuddyer picking up Valencia for his failed at bat. Here is Tassone. And a strike. Tassone getting the nod over Ben Revere, who's also a left-handed batter. Tassone cranked one out over the scoreboard in right center, and on the basis of that, found his way into the lineup again today.
Yeah, Twins anticipate Delman Young being ready and returning on Friday. And the Twins take on the Toronto Blue Jays.
2 strikes.
You miss a guy like Delman Young, 112 RBIs last year. Hit almost 300.
Twins at 12 and 22 a year ago. They were 22 and 12 when they were healthy. Morneau was ripping the cover off the ball. Young was in the lineup. Mauer was in the lineup. And Tassone frozen at the plate. It's a strikeout and out number 2.
Yeah, Coke picks up his first strikeout of the ball game.
And that'll bring up Rene Rivera.
I went to the breaking ball, same breaking ball he got strike 1 on, and Tassone frozen at the plate.
Rivera looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 7 with 3 strikeouts. Anthony's a strike.
Rivera, 27 years old already. This is his 12th season of professional baseball. 11 minor league seasons, a .250 hitter in the minor leagues. Up with Seattle 2004 to 2006, up and down. 150 major league at-bats, a .227 hitter.
2 strikes to Rivera.
Good time right here to get his first hit in a Twins uniform at the major league level.
Trying to get Kadair in from second. Kadair tied it with a double, scoring Morneau. Lifted foul and out of play.
Phil Coke, 28 years old. This is his 4th year at the professional and major league level.
Two strikes to Rivera. Bouncer right side. Sizemore flips to Cabrera. The inning ends. The Twins hit a double in front of Brian Rayburn and one over his head to tie it up. Minnesota Twins baseball is brought to you by Explore Minnesota. Visit exploreminnesota.com to plan your next Minnesota vacation today. And that's the Boundary Water Canoe Area Wilderness in northeastern Minnesota. Boundary Waters, the expanse of lakes, rivers, forests stretching for 150 miles along the northeast border of Minnesota. 1,000 miles of canoe routes. Of course, that brings to mind the fact that the fishing opener is coming up on Saturday. Austin Jackson taking a strike. He'll be followed by Scott Sizemore and Brennan Bosch. There's a ball squirted to the right side. Morneau feeds Baker one away. Jack Morris joining us from the Twins radio network booth. What are your plans for the fishing opener? Well, we'll get Jack's microphone turned on here in a second and find out about his fishing plan. No, we
still can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
You don't come here on time. You don't know what might happen, Jack.
Well, we'll continue on here. Jackson
he said he's going to be here doing the Twins game on the opener.
All right, but I know he's got a special fishing thing he wants to talk about. So we'll let him do that as soon as we put a quarter in his microphone. Bert's nice enough to lend to Jack his.
Thanks, Bertie.
All right. What do you got going on? You got a special fundraising fishing thing, right?
Yeah, I got together with the Twins Community Fund people, and I decided that there's a lot of golf tournaments, there's a lot of good causes that generate money, and I thought I'd try to take a couple fans fishing with a good friend of mine, Dick Grzinski, the Grizz.
The Grizz.
Yeah. And try to raise a little money for the Twins Community Fund and enjoy a day on the water and catch some fish.
Well, bidding closes on Friday, and it's Go Fishing with Jack Morris fishing experience. Now, other than catching your limit, what will the experience include?
Well,
if you're with Grizz, there's a pretty good chance
there's
you're going to
be some stories told. There's no doubt about that. And we're good listeners. If we hear something that we can create a lie with, we will.
Now, I know Grizz is one of the best river fishermen. Where's this going to be at? What body of water?
It may be, depending on dates, it may be here on the rivers, either in St. Croix or the Mississippi, but we're also going to try to get up to Lake Mille Lacs.
Oh, really?
Which is a lake he knows well.
Yeah, it's working right now, Jack. Do the stories get bigger as the years go on?
Not really, but they get a little more complex. It's a lot more fun that way.
Well, again, if you'd like to pursue that, spend a day with Jack and the Grizz in a boat at a location yet to be determined. The bidding ends on Friday, but the fishing opener coming up, and I know you're working, you're busy with baseball too, but you know very well what a big event it is, the fishing opener every year in Minnesota.
Yeah, I compare it to opening hunting season for deer hunting. I think it's kind of a unofficial holiday for Minnesotans. It's a rite, summer rite.
1-0 to Brennan Bosch.
Yeah, Jack, before the ball game, we had the opportunity to present the Francisco Liriano, with a very nice plaque from the Minnesota Twins. You and I were down there. We both pitched no-hitters in our career, but your no-hitter, what was the thing that you remember the most about that?
How the umpire took an out away with 2 outs in the ninth, and I had to throw an extra out. Imagine that, me thinking about an umpire missing a call. But
now let me guess who Russ Getz.
Durwood
Merrill. Good old Durwood.
Yeah. Oh well, it worked out, and I could tease Durwood for the rest of my career about how he blew that call and almost ruined my day.
I know the day that I pitched mine back in 1977, they had films of your no-hitter. There's nothing of my no-hitter. I think the camera wasn't invented back then. But I remember, every ball that seemed to be put into play, they hit it right at somebody.
This was a national game of the week, right?
It was. It was early April. My second start. Nice cold day, sunny though, in Chicago, and you can see a young, skinny guy, kind of excited there.
Well, Lance Parrish, my goodness, he caught me in Anaheim. I mean, he gave you a bear hug.
Oh,
how could you breathe after that?
It was pretty good.
That was at the old Chicago ballpark, and of course, Liriano last week got it at the newer ballpark in Chicago. Very high. It's 2-2. How many walks? What made your no-hitter an imperfect no-hitter?
Bert said it best. I had tremendous defense behind me. I think they had 3 or 4 absolutely breathtaking plays made behind me. Of course, my teammates reminded me of that in the dugouts, like, you lucky son of a gun. And thank goodness for that, because I think you need some luck in a no-hitter.
Soft line drive, and they'll get the force at second. Relay to first, not in time. Sizemore kind of frozen there. He wasn't sure whether the ball was going to carry to the second baseman on the fly or not. 2 down. But what walks, errors? What happened?
I don't think there was any errors made. I know that I had a fairly good cushion after the 5th inning. I think the score was 5-0, and so I had a little room to breathe. And I did walk, I think, 5 guys in that game. So I had runners in scoring position a few times, but I was always able to make the pitch, I guess, in that critical situation.
In my no-hitter, I had
6 walks.
I faced 1 over the minimum, and somebody made an error. I believe it was Bert Campaneris at short made an error, or Buck Wills at second made an error. Next guy hit into a double play, so I went into the 9th inning facing the minimum. And then with 2 outs, they pinch hit Carlos May, and I ended up walking him on, I thought, a pretty good 3-2 pitch, and then I struck out the last batter, so 1 over.
So you almost got an error and then the walk.
Right.
1-1 here to Miguel Cabrera.
So I faced 28 batters.
Well, as guys who've thrown no-hitters, is there, to me, what made the thing the other night even more remarkable, it was a 1-0 game. Now, Bert, the score in your game was 6-0, and you said it was,
I think it was
5-0. Okay. So, I mean, as somebody who's thrown a no-hitter, does that make it even more impressive that it was a 1-0 no-hitter?
Absolutely. Those are tough games, and one swing of the bat can ruin your day. And there's nothing worse than a guy having a chance to throw a no-hitter and still lose the game.
Right.
Well, I remember, with Liriano, it was Adam Dunn who made the last out with a runner on. I mean, what if Adam Dunn, gets one out of the ballpark, and all of a sudden you lose, a one-hitter, 2-1. Yeah.
1-2 to Cabrera. Another foul. Baker trying to put away Cabrera. He walked him with 2 outs in the first. And
yeah, Jack, I think I can attest. I can honestly say I had okay stuff. I didn't have my best stuff. I pitched other shutouts that I had better stuff, and you think,
why today, right?
Why today? Yeah.
Well, and that's where I think luck has something to do with every one of them.
1-2 to Miguel Cabrera. Right down the middle. Pulled the string a little bit. Took a little off the fastball and got him. Jack Morris, good luck.
All right.
And if I wasn't working, I'd love to be in the boat with you sometime.
That would be a lot of fun.
Carsoup.com/baseball. Sandy Bauer from Prior Lake with a question for you, Bert. When you were a player, how did you typically spend your off day? We got one tomorrow, at least the Twins do tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to put myself into the Twins situation right here. They have, on the off days, it seems like they've been on the road. The last couple of last road trip, 2 off days on the road. But I think most of these players will just kind of kick back and relax. Some of them will unpack maybe things that they haven't been able to unpack because of not being here a lot in Minnesota. So just, kind of just relax a little bit.
But now you're a golfer.
Maybe
so
go out to dinner a little bit.
You're a golfer, so I would imagine at some point in your career, on an off day, you might have played some golf. You're not much of a fisherman, though, right?
No, I'm not. A little bit of golf, but mainly just kick back at home and just relax.
That's toward the hole. Knocked down by Santiago, and Tolbert will reach with an infield hit. So the Twins got a leadoff double, scoring a run in the second. See what they can do with this leadoff single. And I would imagine on an off day, if there was a baseball game on television, you found another channel, right? Just get away from the game.
Yeah, a lot of times, but I always love watching the game of baseball. So if there was a game on that was interest me, I'd watch it.
Here's Denard Span with a runner at first.
But just mainly just spend some time with the wife and just kind of kick back and relax.
Span hit a fly ball to center his first time up. Hinge in on the edge of the grass at third in case Span wants to try to bunt for a hit or at least move Tolbert up to second base. And he thought about it, didn't offer at it. Ball 1.
Well, if anything right there, that fake bunt by Span, it brings Hinge in. And that cuts down his range a little bit. Tolbert with good speed. Does not have a stolen base yet on the year. He does have 14 over his career. He's been caught 4 times.
And a strike. 1-1. Twins didn't have a lead last night. And they'll hope to work out a lead here. Give Baker a little run support. Twins haven't won since Baker's start in Boston in the opening game of the series. And Span watches the breaking ball spin off the plate, and it's 2-1.
Steve Little going through the signs at third base. Jerry White at first base helping Tolbert read those signs.
Span pretty good guy with the bat. Instead of a stolen base, instead of a bunt. Might see the Twins put on a hit and run here. Tolbert can run pretty well at first. Tolbert goes and Span flares one foul. So the hit and run was on.
Yep.
I think that's what Ron Gardenhire was saying the other day when he said, you know, the team he enjoys watching more than any other Tampa Bay, and we saw it firsthand how many times Joe Madden put on plays with his base runners. He's got a little more speed to work with than Ron Gardenhire does. But here's a combination where both the runner and batter can run a little bit. 2-2. Tolbert checked it first. Great jump. Ground ball hit to the second baseman. So Span pulled it. Tolbert advances to second, one away. The Twins host the Blue Jays beginning Friday night. What should be a fun weekend here at Target Field. There is ticket availability. Call 800-33-TWINS right now or log on to twinsbaseball.com and reserve your seats. And we'll see you at the ballpark this weekend. Blue Jays struggling a little bit. We'll see if Luke Hughes can get the job done here, getting Tolbert in from second base. Hughes tried to bunt his way aboard, bunted it hard on maybe even just one hop to end. He was thrown out easily in the first inning. Strike one.
Pope throwing strikes. 35 pitches, 27 have been strikes. No walks in the ball game, one strikeout. Twins do have 3 hits.
Squirted, and Pope thought about third and instead throws to first. Hughes hit it right off the end of the bat, a little spinner back to the mound. Advances Tolbert to third. Jason Kubel, who had another good at bat, hit the ball hard his first time up, lining out to Rayburn. We'll try to get Tolbert in from third base.
A pretty good jump right here by Tolbert. You see him take off right there. Cope thought about it, but you know, this is 2 outs right there. Take the out at first base. He did the right thing.
Kubel might have hit the hardest ball other than Kadayer's double off the glove of Rayburn. Tolbert gets a big lead at third. Down low, ball one. Looking for a 2-out hit. The right guy at the plate, Jason Kubel. Breaking ball over. 1-1. Last year, the Tigers were still hoping that Dontrell Willis would be a lefty out of their rotation. Just off the plate, 2-1. Post up the right side to Jerry White. 2-2. Two and 2 to Jason Kubel. Now the count full with Morneau on deck. When you look at Kubel's numbers, hitting third, and he's hitting the ball like a third place hitter. Then you realize this Twins lineup, when it's intact, would have Kubel hitting sixth or seventh. So you take those numbers and you put them in your sixth or seventh spot, and you can understand why there was so much hope for this Twins lineup at the start of the year. 3 and 2. That's to center, and Kubel comes through. Put the barrel of the bat on it again, and a big 2-out hit gives the Twins their first lead of the series.
Yeah, Koch left a breaking ball up, and Kubel waiting on it, and boy, hit it right back up the middle for an RBI, his 17th of the year. Well, good 2-out hitting by Jason Kubel, putting the Twins up a run. Went back to the breaking ball. You can see Kubel reaching out and hitting it sharply. As Tolbert scores after the leadoff infield single.
And now Morneau. A little flare in front of Rayburn, who tried to make a diving catch. It got by him for an opening double in the second inning. High and tight. Ball 1.
Yeah, that looked like a breaking ball. Just got away from him right there. You can see the spin at the last second. You can see Koch's reaction. Justin getting out of the way. And those are going to be pitches that Justin's going to have to get adjusted to again. The pitch is up and in.
The fastball on the outside corner. Just off that corner, 2-1. And Koch spun a breaking ball up and in, and then he's gone with 3 straight fastballs on or near the outside corner.
Yeah, a little bit of a cross fire type of delivery from Koch. And a good pitch.
2 and 2. Bouncer towards Santiago. Short way to second to force Kubel, but the Twins get a 2-out hit, and they lead the Tigers 2-1. Fox Sports North is brought to you by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. By AT&T. And by Comcast. Call Comcast Business Class at 800-391-3000 to turn your business into a fast business. It's always more fun to play with the lead. Scott Baker on the mound with a 2-1 lead. We go to the fourth inning, and Victor Martinez will lead things off. Martinez, Rayburn, and Avila facing Scott Baker. Baker's given up just one hit. It was to Martinez with 2 on and 2 out, and it scored the first Tiger run.
Yeah, Baker right now 61 pitches, so he needs a couple innings here where he'll throw 10 to maybe 15 pitches an inning to go a little bit deeper in the ball game.
Another one on the outside corner.
Yeah, Baker in his last start, a season high 8 innings pitched. He ended up throwing 106 pitches. Baker with 3 walks in a ball game, 4 strikeouts, only 1 hit allowed.
A high blast to right field, and the Twins lead doesn't last very long. Martinez having a phenomenal series. He's driven in both Tiger runs after a great night last night.
Well, his 4th home run of the year looked like maybe a changeup, but Martinez throw that ball back. There you go. Twin fans don't want that opponent baseball. Home run by Martinez.
I don't know, 2 pitch.
Fastball right there. Martinez, good solid swing.
0-2 pitch. Here's Rayburn now in a tie game. Rayburn with a fly to left. And Baker gets ahead of him. Strike 1.
A 7th home run that Baker has allowed.
Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Rayburn has been given a little bit of time at second base. He's a former infielder, now an outfielder, and Baker puts him away on 3 pitches. You can let us know who you think will be the Arby's value player of the game. Text the word value followed by a space and the player's name to short code 234-234. Baker, the starting pitcher, getting the bulk of the voting so far. 1 gone. Here's Alex Avila. Avila went down swinging his first time up. That's a foul ball. 1 strike. Nothing but strikes for Baker here in this 4th inning. Just one of those strikes, a high fastball, got belted into the seats. He's given up just 2 hits, both of them run-producing hits to Victor Martinez. One and 1. Avila's dad, the assistant general manager with the Tigers.
Hey, he's from a baseball family. His grandfather, Ralph Avila, retired as a VP with the LA Dodgers.
One and 2. And Baker blew a fastball by him. And his second swinging strikeout of the inning.
And strikeout number 6 for Baker.
You can log on to FoxSportsNorth.com for the latest from special web contributor Michael Kadire. This week, Michael explains how young players earn their stripes in the clubhouse. Check out that story and much more at FoxSportsNorth.com. Santiago with a fly to center his first time up. Baker misses the outside corner. Ball 1.
Let's take a look at the pitch from Baker to Avila. He just overpowered him right there.
1-1. Changeup. It's over for a strike. 1-2. Now missing outside to even the count. Full count with Brandon Inge on deck. Baker has really been tough against right-handed batters this year. And Martinez, who's done the damage against him today, of course, a switch hitter. 75 pitches on the day for Baker. Changeup missed, and not by much.
I think Baker thought he had that right there.
Fourth walk issued by Baker.
Well, he tried the 3-2 breaking ball. Watch Baker's reaction. He thought he got this pitch. Started walking toward the dugout, but
again, the home plate umpire we've never seen before, Vic Carapazza. Here's Inge. Baker coming into this game allowing a 156 batting average to right-handed batters. So he'll hope to get Inge here and get the Twins off the field in the top of the fourth.
Tigers not much of a running team. 13 stolen bases. They've been caught 6 times. Ramon Santiago, a couple throwovers to first with him at first. Does not have an attempt yet.
Foul off of Rivera. 1 strike. Talked about it with the Twins suffering so many injuries. How up here in the big leagues, ability is important, but so is durability. And you look at somebody like Brandon Inge, who last year kept playing even though he had, or 2 years ago, kept playing even though one knee was so bad.
Yeah, back in 2009, actually had surgery on both knees.
And he gets a base hit to center field. So now the Tigers threatening to put together a 2-out rally. They tied it with the leadoff home run. Now the walk to Santiago, the number 9 batter, gets a base hit. And here comes Austin Jackson.
Yeah, pitch left up right there, and Inge got that pitch, reaching out and hitting it into center field. So 3rd hit for the Tigers.
And here's Jackson, who is 0 for 2. Jackson coming to the Tigers from New York, the Curtis and Granderson deal, and Granderson suddenly has become the second coming of Babe Ruth with the Yankees.
You can see Baker too many pitches so far. Trying to get out of the 4th.
Popped up and spinning back into the seats.
First inning, 26 pitches for Baker. He had those 2 walks back to back. But you need those innings, Dick, that you throw 9 to 13 pitches at least 2 or 3 times in a ball game. Baker so far 17 is the least amount he's needed to get the 3 outs.
1 strike to Jackson. And now 2 strikes.
Ron Coomer down there in the camera. Are you seeing a little pattern here? Maybe Baker's staying out over the plate a little bit too much?
Yeah, when you see, the Inges and Santiago and them not flinching and being able to lean out over the plate, to me, that means the hitter is looking out there. They're comfortable out there. there's no issue with the ball inside. At least his first pitch to Jackson got in on him a little bit. To me, a guy like Bake sets his game up by pitching inside and making the hitter aware of that.
That's hit well to left field. Tassone going back, making the catch. Tigers tied up, strand a couple in the top of the fourth. It's 2 apiece. Back on the field, and the first guy who might come back, Delman Young, who's expected to be here on Friday in the Sanford Health injury report. Delman had a pulled rib cage muscle, oblique muscle, whatever, and he got to play yesterday, playing again today, and the hope is that he'll be here in the lineup on Friday.
Didn't you say the 3 infield hits? Gardy said, hey, bring him up.
That's what our offense is right now. He's ready to go. We're tied at 2. We go to the bottom of the fourth, and Danny Valencia will lead things off. Valencia with a short fly ball to center, his first time up. Facing Phil Koch will be Valencia, Cuddyer, and Tassone. Toward the hole, Inge cuts it off nicely and fires off target. His throw pulled Cabrera off the bag, and then Cabrera took a tumble.
Yeah, Danny Valencia ran into Cabrera, trying to get out of the way, running up the line. Cabrera kind of fell toward behind the bag, and Valencia got a piece of him, knocked the big guy down. Infield base hit will be given to Danny Valencia.
Cabrera a little hobbled as he sets himself up.
Yeah, Inge does a great job, and then, on the run, trying to flip it and the ball up the line, and Danny accidentally running into him.
See Inge almost underhanding that ball across the diamond, and Cabrera.
Looked like 1st and 10 there, guys.
Yeah. Danny's got to feel pretty good knocking that big guy down.
So a base hit for Danny Valencia leading off the fourth. The Twins have gotten a couple of leadoff hits and have scored each time. We'll see if Cuddyer, who drove in the first run, hitting a rocket off the glove of Rayburn in left field, scoring Morneau from second, back in the second inning. Cuddyer just his 5th run batted in. And Inge will have a chance to start a double play out there and out there. So Cuddyer bounces into a double play. And Valencia at second base, slow in getting up.
Yeah, went in pretty hard at second base, trying to break up the double play. Inge kind of double clutched a little bit, had a little trouble getting the ball out of his glove. But Sizemore at second had to wait, and then there comes Danny Valencia sliding in hard. But the double play completed, as you see where Sizemore went to get out of the way.
So 2 down, and here's Rene Tassone, called out on strikes his first time up. Valencia a little woozy after the collision at second.
Remember, we did an instructional on that after Nishioka ended up breaking his leg.
Right.
on that about Roy Smalley, how you get, what Sizemore did right there. Caught the ball for the force out and then got out of the way of the sliding Valencia.
As a shortstop, I always thought Cal Ripken Jr. had the best defense for that. He kind of submarined his throws and got the runner down in a hurry. AT&T tribute, who are the two managers to win a World Series in both leagues. Jim Leyland won one with the Marlins. Got to the Tigers to the World Series a few years ago, but he didn't win one. His mentor, we mentioned last night, is one of the guys on that list. It's pulled foul. And then
Tony La Russa,
and then a former Tiger manager also, I think, is on that list.
Mr. Anderson.
2-2 to Tassone. Koch having one of those innings here, or on the verge of it. You were talking about Baker needing. He strikes out Tassone. He faces just 3 men, even though there was an infield hit to start the inning. We head to the 5th in a 2-2 game. Tie game. Twins trying to get a split here against the Tigers. Scott Sizemore leading off the 5th against Scott Baker. And there's ball 1. Twins handed Baker a lead, but in the first at bat after getting the lead, Martinez hit a home run. There's a called strike. 1-1. Sizemore, Bosch, and Cabrera here in the Tiger 5th inning. 2-1. Hey, I know it's just, middle part of May, but would you agree this is kind of an important game? You don't want to keep losing games to teams within the division. The Twins were swept in Kansas City. That was bad enough. They don't want to get swept at home by the Tigers.
Well, you know what? How the Twins are going to get back to 500 to start winning series. Now, this is a 2-game series. You want to at least split here against the Tigers. And then hopefully Toronto come in. You can't expect to sweep major league teams. That's always difficult, especially with the club that Twins have right now. But you want to win 2 or 3, and you do that 4 or 5 times series in a row, and all of a sudden you get back to 500. Right now they find themselves 11 games behind the Cleveland Indians.
The only series the Twins have won is the 2-game sweep in Chicago last week. 2-2. And now a full count. Remember last year, I mentioned Twins 12-22 now. Last year at this time they were 22-12, but they won their first 6 series. Full count. And now a leadoff walk to the second baseman here in the 5th inning.
Yeah, 5 walks for Baker in this ballgame. That's a career high.
Follow the Twins with MLB.com at Bat 11 for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get all the scores, stats, highlights, live audio, and more. Text at BAT to 31826 or visit twinsbaseball.com for details. Here's Bosch. He's walked and reached in a fielder's choice.
Yeah, 6 3-ball counts for Baker. And, that gets that pitch count up. 90th pitch right here.
Blocked by Rivera with Bosch swinging over a breaking ball. Strike 1. Bosch drew a 2-out walk in the first inning, and then Cabrera walked, and then Victor Martinez got a base hit to right to give the Tigers a 1-0 lead. Got some light rain falling here at Target Field. That kicks away from Rivera, and that will allow Sizemore to go to second base. So 2 in a row in the dirt. Rivera blocked one, but not the other.
Yeah, wild pitch charge just got Baker his second wild pitch of the year.
One and one. And now Bosch try to pull the ball here and get Sizemore up another base, taking it inside 2-1. He hits it the other way for a base hit. They'll hold Sizemore at third, and Bosch with a base hit. And now there are runners at first and third with nobody out, and Cabrera coming in.
Well, fell behind and then came in with a fastball. A good piece of hitting right there by Bosch, taking that fastball the other way. So 4th hit given up by Baker, but he's walked 5 in the ballgame.
92 pitches. The phone is ringing in the bullpen with Baker so far unable to get an out here in the 5th. Twins are hoping Cabrera can bounce into a double play here. He's hit into 3 so far on the season and has not put a ball in play yet. There's Glenn Perkins starting to get loose. Lace to the gap in left center. He'll score 1 and might score 2. Bosch around third, he'll score, and Cabrera finally puts one in play, and he puts the Tigers up by a pair.
Yeah, too good a pitch right there by Baker. Pretty much here's strike 1. Here, see if you can hit it, and Cabrera does. Look at that pitch right down the middle of the plate. Too good a pitch, and Cabrera too good a hitter, and he's going to do exactly what he did right there. Splits the gap. By the time the defense can catch up to the ball, Bosch scores all the way from first base. So Rick Anderson coming out to the mound to try to settle Baker down here.
So the leadoff walk set the tone for what's been a really rough start to the 5th inning for Baker.
Quick trip to the mound by Rick Anderson.
You know, the Tigers showing why they have won most of their games here the last week and a half. Ron Coomer, they've got a really strong presence right now in the middle of their lineup.
Boy, you're not kidding. You try to pitch around Cabrera. Martinez has been getting you all series. To me, this swing right here, this is, Bert, you talked about it, but you see the extension he gets out towards the pitcher on this swing. He hits the ball and his bat keeps going out towards center field, and that's what keeps you from hooking those balls and getting ground balls. A big, strong guy like that wants to elevate the baseball. And if you throw a ball anywhere even close to that spot, he's going to get the ball airborne at least enough to drive it in the gap.
You see big guys like Cabrera, I always think of Frank Thomas. As big as he was, what a great hitter he was.
And Martinez jumps on the first pitch, and he's got another run batted in. Victor Martinez stinging the ball.
And look at where all those pitches so far have been, Bert. he has not established after the first inning anything to make the hitter conscious of the ball inside.
I agree. Right now, he's just kind of going through the motions. Okay, I'm going to throw the ball. You know, look at where these balls are. I mean, he's just getting beat up right now because there's nothing behind the pitch, and he's just throwing it over the plate, and the Tigers are jumping all over it.
3 hits, 4 runs batted in last night for Martinez, and 3 hits and 3 runs batted in so far here today. So a 3 spot in the 5th, and Rayburn goes after the first pitch, and Baker, look, he spun a breaking ball up there and got strike 1.
Well, sooner or later, as a pitcher, my goodness, if they keep hammering in the way they are, you have to, like Ron Coomer said, you have to start making them move their feet a little bit.
Just off the plate, 1-1.
To me, Bake throws plenty hard enough to make hitters aware of the inside fastball. If he is going to face some of the guys in the middle of this lineup, first of all, you have to be aggressive against the Sizemores, Bosches, Jacksons, to not let them get on by a walk. And then you attack the big boppers in the lineup. You mentioned Frank Thomas. I can remember a million times our pitchers pushing Frank Thomas back off the plate because he didn't like it in there.
Right. You know, big guys like Cabrera, Thomas, they want to extend their arms. That's where all their power is. So you try to tie them up, but on that pitch right there with a couple runners on, that pitch that's too good a pitch, and he did exactly what he should have.
If they can get 2-1, safe at first. Rayburn beat the relay, 1 away, and Rayburn reaches on a fielder's choice. Martinez retired at second, 1 gone, and here's Avila.
And Ron Gardenhire coming out to make a pitching change. Baker just seemed to lose it the last couple innings, just lost some of the gas.
And he'll be relieved by Glenn Perkins. A setup role, whatever. He's in more of a long relief role here today.
Yeah, only Santos with the Chicago White Sox, is not allowed to run yet. But look at Glenn Perkins. He's done a great job in the role. And over the years, I think, Dick, for Glenn Perkins, is he a starter? Is he, the long man out of the bullpen? He's really adapted well to his new role, making his 16th appearance. 16 1/3 innings so far, 5 walks, 13 strikeouts.
Which isn't to say his days as a starter are long gone. Perkins essentially filling the same role that Brian Dunsing filled a year ago. Now look where Dunsing is. So depending on what happens in the rotation, if some of the guys continue to struggle, as much as you'd hate to take Perkins out of his comfort zone, he's thrown strikes. He's gotten strikeouts. He's pitched well, and the Twins might eventually move him back in the rotation.
Well, it depends on how the starters are. Right now, the starters have been very inconsistent. 10 and 18 so far as a staff. Very high ERA at almost 5.
Here's Avila. with a runner at first and one out. And as was the case the last time the Twins played here, Liriano's short start is followed by another short start. The difference being tomorrow the Twins have an off day, which they may need because the bullpen's going to be asked to pitch most of this 2-game series. 1-0 to Avila. And now 2-0. Avila struck out twice swinging against Baker, so he's probably thrilled to death, even though Perkins is a pretty tough left-hander. He's thrilled to death. Baker's out of the game. And now Perkins misses 3-0.
You want to see improvement, especially from your young players. And Avila, one of those guys that Tigers have gotten improvement from. Caught 104 ball games last year for the Tigers. He hit 7 home runs. Right now, he's at 6 home runs.
They've thrust a lot of responsibility on this young man's shoulders. There goes a runner at first. It's a strike, and Rivera's throw not in time. Head first slide by Rayburn, and he steals second base.
Yeah, Rayburn with his first stolen base of the year. Again, the Tigers don't run a lot, just their 14th stolen base overall. They got a pretty good jump. And Rivera's throw, a good strong throw, but the head first slide by Rayburn gets in the scoring position with 1 out.
Full count to Avila. We mentioned it last night. The Tigers carrying just 2 catchers, Avila and Victor Martinez. But Martinez is their primary designated hitter, so they're both in the lineup most days. So you're asking Avila to not just start the games, but you're pretty much telling him he's got to finish them too, regardless of how he's feeling. And in this case, starting and presumably finishing a day game after a night game. Full count, 1 away here in the 5th. The Tigers have opened up a 3-run lead here in the 5th. And Avila walks. So now first and second, 1 away. And another walk issued by the Twins. That's now 6 in the ballgame. Arby's and Fox Sports North are giving you a chance to win a trip for 2 to Fort Myers. Pick up an Arby's It's Good Mood Food code card every Friday at any participating Arby's. Then log on to foxsportsnorth.com, click on the Fan Zone tab, and enter the code for your chance to win. To be a member of the Fan Zone, you must be 18 or older. Kids need not apply. That's foul. Visit foxsportsnorth.com for complete contest details.
Yeah, Dick, 6 walks so far here this afternoon. Last night, 9 walks by the Twins pitching staff. Now 2 intentional, but again, way too many walks to a ball club that you look up and down the lineup. They're pretty healthy, very good hitting ball club. Too many free passes.
1 strike to Ramon Santiago, who drew a walk. Now he flips another one foul the other way. 2 strikes.
Well, Santiago now is a right-handed hitter where he's hitting .286. Santiago is kind of a utility player, a lot of different infield positions, can play some outfield. In his 10th major league season, his 6th season, and 8th overall with the Tigers. Came up with the Tigers back in 2002, then spent some time with the Seattle Mariners. And they're dropping that ball.
First base occupied, so you don't need to tag him or throw the first or anything. 2 down. Here's Brandon Inge.
Perkins picks up a strikeout. Looked like a breaking ball right here. A slider. And Santiago, the second out of the inning.
And Inge, who delivered a single in the 4th inning. Perkins trying to keep this a 5-2 game with 2 men aboard and 2 out. That's to right. Hit right at Kanire. And the inning ends. But a leadoff walk leads to 3 Tiger runs.
Winner's circle, and the birthday boy right there in the blue plaid is George Rapp. He is 93 years old today, celebrating his birthday. And George, what a great place to spend your birthday. What's your favorite part of Target Field?
Well, what's
the favorite part of the field?
my favorite part of the field?
Open sky.
Yeah, the open sky of mine.
And the open sky works for all of us. We'll deal with some sprinkles. We'll also deal with the fact that you're in the winner's circle. So congratulations, you just won $100 worth of scratch-off tickets. All compliments of the Minnesota State Lottery. Open sky, sprinkled rain. We just need some runs, Dick and Bert. Take it away.
That's the story of the season.
Yeah, George, you are hereby circled, and enjoy your day here at Target Field in the open stadium.
Rene Rivera leading off the Twins fifth. And there is ball one. Rivera, Tolbert, and Span trying to answer Detroit's 3-run top of the fifth. And Koch hits the outside corner, 1-1. Koch hasn't walked a man. And you look at the difference on that basis alone. The Twins have issued 6 walks.
Good changeup right there.
And the Tigers haven't issued a walk, and it's hard to overcome that.
Well, what Koch's done too, he's attacked the strike zone. He's throwing strikes. 58 pitches, 42 have been strikes. No walks, a couple strikeouts, both of them being Rene Tassoni.
And Rivera leans across the plate and flips it foul into the seats. Rain continuing to fall lightly here at Target Field. And Rivera now 0 for 8. And the Twins have had 4 catchers on their 40-man roster. And Rivera's called out on strikes, 1 away.
A good hard breaking ball right there. And Koch picks up the strikeout number 3.
Mauer, of course, the regular catcher when healthy. Drew Butera was supposed to back him up. The other 2 catchers on the 40-man roster, Steve Holm, who was here for a week and a half, and now Rivera. Tolbert bluffs a bunt, takes a ball. One other game in progress, Oakland at Texas. No score in the 3rd inning. The Rangers really scuffling without Josh Hamilton. So Hamilton meaning to the Rangers what Mauer means to the Twins, and then you tack on the loss of Tomey and Nishioka and Young. There's a fly to center, playable for Jackson. Tolbert retired out number 2. And that'll bring up Span. Span 0 for 2, a fly to center and a ground ball to second. A little ground ball to short. Easy play for Santiago, and Koch has faced just 3 men in the inning for the 2nd consecutive inning.
Twins take on the Blue Jays for Friday. Not only do we have some lingering moisture in the area, going to be seeing a shower or two, but strong northerly winds going to be providing a much cooler game here. First pitch temperature about 20 degrees cooler than today.
Well, that's not good. I kind of like today. And they are changing the number of days, games here. Home games left here before your induction into the Baseball Hall of Fame. They're down to 39 now.
I hope my cold is gone by then.
Austin Jackson. Strike one against Glenn Perkins, leading off the 6th inning. And just missing the corner, 1-1. Jackson 0 for 3, a couple of outfield flies and a ground ball to Morneau. 2-1. Jackson, Sizemore, and Bosch. Tigers getting a run in the first, 1 in the 4th, and 3 in the 5th. That's toward the hole and through, and Jackson's aboard with his first hit of the day. And that'll bring up Sizemore. Sizemore hasn't put a ball in play, but boy, did his leadoff walk in the 5th change this game. Scott Baker in a 2-2 game walked the leadoff man Sizemore. Bosch, Cabrera, and Martinez all got hits, and before he knew it, the Tigers hung a 3 on the board.
Yeah, those are the guys you have to get out, especially, Dick, lead off an inning. You don't like walking the individual, but you look who's behind him.
Perkins, nice catch. Low throw, and everybody saved. Taylor made double play, a comebacker to the mound, and Perkins augured his throw to Tolbert. First and second, nobody out.
Well, as a pitcher, once you get that ball back, it's not your responsibility to turn to double play. Your responsibility is to get the ball to the shortstop in this situation and let the shortstop turn to double play. Remember, Kenny Rogers used to step in front of the mound because he thought, throwing uphill.
Right.
But Perkins right on that pitching, on top of the mound, just made a poor throw. He ends up getting an error, the second error by the Twins.
Sizemore reaching on a fielder's choice because you can't presume a double play, but if ever you could, that was a great chance for Perkins to start a 1-6-3 double play. Bosch has scored a couple of runs. You strung together this year, Bert, all the double plays that the Twins haven't turned. It might be a longer tape loop than the ones they have turned. That to me is one of the glaring problems for this Twins team here in the first couple of months. Their seemingly inability to turn a double play.
Well, we always talk about the Twins way. The Twins way. Well, I don't think we've seen the Twins way for quite a while. I mean, it's just been, last night was an ugly ball game. Just, Drew Butera dropping that ball. Just things that just don't normally you see when you see a Twins game.
I'll bet you there have been a dozen double plays that the Twins have not turned that should have been turned. Through either poor throws, bobbles.
But we've had 3 different shortstops, 5 different second basemen. Not to say that that's an excuse, but
well, it's been a contributing factor. You can't, you come out of spring training and you assume that your middle infield will be pretty stable. There's not a team in baseball that can win with the rotation that the Twins have had. Now, Nishioka breaks his leg, so that opened up second base. Casilla hasn't played well, so that's opened up shortstop. 3-2. And Rivera hangs on to a foul tip, and Bosch is out on strikes, 1 down.
Well, Perkins picks up a big strikeout there. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Picks up his second strikeout.
Nathan getting loose. So then you call up Trevor Plouffe, and he jumps into the lineup, and offensively at least has some impact, hitting a home run. And you think, okay, well, this is an opportunity for Trevor Plouffe to play short just about every day until Nishioka comes back at least, and maybe he'll take advantage of the opportunity given him and and be a player for the Twins. And then he tweaks his hamstring, and you're right back where you started. 1 strike. Foul back. Boy, it's certainly played out in this series. The importance of having Victor Martinez hit behind Miguel Cabrera. The Twins intentionally walked Cabrera once, paid the price when Martinez delivered a hit. And now Cabrera, because Martinez has been a one-man wrecking crew in this series, he's getting pitches to hit. Got one in the 5th and drove in a couple runs with a double. Mentioned it in passing. Cabrera last year was intentionally walked 32 times, one short of the American League record. So the Tigers said, hey, look, we're paying this guy a lot of money. He's one of the top run producers in the game, and he can't produce runs if teams don't pitch to him.
Yeah, I mean, Martinez is a good hitter, but still, he's been walked intentionally 10 times already this year.
Well, Martinez was out. He was on,
Right.
with the groin pull. He was on the disabled list. That's when a lot of that happened.
Well, Twins did it last night, walked him intentionally, and then Martinez beat him.
And Cabrera having some words with Vic, and he's been tossed. The rookie umpire's thrown out Miguel Cabrera for arguing balls and strikes. Wasn't what he said so much as the hand gestures, I suspect, that got him ejected.
And Jim Leyland's going to have words with the home plate umpire.
And we saw it from Joe West the other night in Boston. Managers can't argue balls and strikes, so whatever Leyland said was probably said in defense of his hitter.
Well, it looked like the pitch by Fox track hit the lower part of the strike zone. Cabrera. I think all he said was, hey, well, you're calling it one up, now you're calling it down. And now you'll be watching the rest of the game in the clubhouse.
Here's Victor Martinez, and it's the 6th inning. Twins down by 3, but suddenly getting Martinez here of paramount importance with 2 men on. They've been there for the last 2 outs. And there's strike 1 to Martinez. Martinez has driven in 7 runs in this series. 4 last night and 3 today, with 3 hits, each driving in a run. 1-1.
After the throwing error by Perkins, hopefully maybe getting a double play, he's ended up striking out the next 2 batters.
It's a big if, but if he can get Martinez here, this game still very much within reach. And he bends a breaking ball over the outside corner, 2-2.
Yeah, good pitch right there. Of course, Martinez probably looking fastball. Perkins ends up throwing a breaking ball for strike 2.
Two and 2 for the Tiger designated hitter. Check to swing, full count. And Rayburn on deck.
Runners will be taking off here.
earlier in the ball game last night when it mattered in a situation like this. The fact that they took off meant a couple of runs for the Tigers and ended up costing the Twins a ball game Monday night in Boston. Carl Crawford hitting a double off the wall with the runner Iglesias off with the pitch. Here's ball 4. And Martinez draws a walk to fill the bases for Rayburn. 7 walks issued by the Twins here in 5 2/3 innings. And Perkins won't have a chance to pitch to Rayburn. Fox Sports North supports the Boys and Girls Clubs. You can join Michael Kadayer at the annual Kids in the City event Thursday, May 26th at Target Center. And celebrate the accomplishments of the Boys and Girls Club youth by attending a family event. Log on to foxsportsnorth.com. Click on the Fox Sports North supports banner for details. This is probably the most critical situation Joe Nathan has been in since he lost a save opportunity in St. Petersburg nearly a month ago.
Well, the Twins have been very careful with Joe. They want him to start an inning. This is the first time he's come into a situation like this on the year, and that's a good sign because he's getting ready right now for the 7th or 8th inning type situation. Maybe Twins have a lead, a couple runners on, bring in Joe Nathan, and then get the Matt Cap. So until Joe Nathan's healthy, completely healthy again, you know, it's a good sign. This is a test right here for Joe Nathan. Get out of this bases loaded situation with 2 outs.
And it's born at least partially out of necessity because of what happened last night in the extra inning game in Boston. The Twins tapped out of their bullpen, and so Nathan almost by default asked to get the Twins out of this jam. Bases loaded, 2 out in the 6th, and Rayburn at the plate. Maharis has pitched too much. Burnett's pitched too much. Hoey back-to-back games. And Rayburn swings and misses.
Well, Nathan last pitched on Sunday, and I know I talked to him on Monday, and he said that's the best he felt. Had a couple strikeouts in a shutout inning. He said, I felt like I was getting out in front. And that's a good sign. And that first pitch right there, good slider down and away, finishing it off with that good quick wrist at the end, that wrist action.
Nice block by Rivera, 1-1. That's the finishing of a pitch that Ron Gardenhire, Rick Anderson, and even Joe Nathan have talked about. And you keep talking about it too. It's not the velocity, it's the location and what happens in the last 10 feet. The ball's traveling
it's a little
to the catcher.
Flip at the end that you bring your wrist down very quickly to release that ball. And sometimes pitchers get underneath the ball and you lead with your palm of your hand rather than staying on top of the ball with your fingers.
1-1 to Rayburn. Breaking ball missing, 2-1. And for a lot of reasons, Twins fans and guys in the dugout are crossing their fingers here because they want Nathan to get out of this situation. But it really has created a void for the Twins in that very critical 7th and 8th inning area to not have somebody who can get you key outs, a reliable guy from the right side out of the bullpen. 2-1 to Rayburn. A high pop-up. Span comes in.
You love those sacrifice flies.
And Nathan passes a pretty important test here in the 6th. Nevertheless, the Twins are still down by 3. Got an awfully big out in the 6th.
He really did. Good job right there by Joe Nathan. Let's take a look at our Quest high-speed pitch here this afternoon. Scott Baker starting for the Twins. Clocked as high as 95, and Phil Koch still out there. A couple very good innings. 8 pitches in the 4th, 9 pitches in the 5th. Clocked as high as 95.
And so the Twins will see if they can come back here against Phil Koch and the Tiger bullpen. The first challenge is to get Koch out of there and get into that bullpen. Luke Hughes will lead off the 6th.
Well, the pitch count very good. Again, 8 pitches in the 4th, 9 pitches in the 5th. Right now, 64 pitches, 46 for strikes.
Don Kelly in for Cabrera. With Cabrera being kicked out of the game. And Hughes is 0 for 2. Tried to bunt his way aboard, bunted it too hard, then he swung away and hit it too soft. Hit one right off the end of the bat to the pitcher. 1 strike.
20 batters faced by Koch, 12 first pitch strikes.
Big pop-up left side of the infield. Santiago with the catch, 1-1. And that'll bring up Jason Kubel. Kubel put the Twins in front with a 2-out single in the 3rd. Sharp single to center. He also lined to left fielder Rayburn his first time up in the 1st inning. Outside, ball 1. Pitch up, fouled it back.
Oh, good swing right there by Kubel. Matt Joyce of the Tampa Bay Rays came in leading the American League in hitting at 356.
2-2.
Right now, 350.
And now 3-2. You know, we've seen Jason locked in before, but despite all the troubles surrounding the Twins lineup, I don't know that we've seen him locked in for this extended period of time. I mean, from day one, even going back to spring training. He was the Twins' best hitter in March. Close pitch, and he takes a walk with 1 out.
And the first walk of the ball game for Coke.
You can make your next event a truly memorable occasion. Business meetings, receptions, holiday parties, even a wedding ceremony at home plate. Target Field has 25 distinctive venues which provide a unique combination of stunning spaces, dramatic views, extraordinary catering. For more information or to book your next event, go to Target Field Events at twinsbaseball.com or call 612-659-3870. 25 distinctive venues. I wonder if our booth is one of them.
I doubt it.
No, there was somebody wanted to call the Twins and they wanted to have a wedding ceremony here in the booth.
Why would you?
Well, hey, people do funny things.
Yeah.
One 1-0 to Morneau. 2-0. Now our booth more suitable maybe for an annulment or something rather than a wedding.
Hey, we have a picture.
Yeah, we got a baseball picture up there. The Twins have paid the price for too many walks. See if they can make Coke pay for the walk he just issued to Kubel. Foul back, 2-1. Hits the corner. Morneau doesn't agree. 2-2.
Yeah, he thought that ball went around the plate. Let's take a look at what the Fox track says right here on the breaking ball. Inside.
Dug out nicely by Avila. You know, a lot of numbers Justin wants to improve on. The batting average, RBI total, but you know, the extra base total too. Now he got a little double in front of Rayburn in his first at bat in the second inning, but it was just his 8th extra base hit. 7 doubles and a home run. Full count. Kubel not going, and Morneau lifts it foul. It'll reach the seats. You know, 8 extra base hits. We've seen weeks where Justin's picked up 8 extra base hits. And he's kind of fell victim to a double whammy coming back from the concussion, and it just seems like he's struggled more with the flu bug and trying to get his weight and strength back more than anything concussion related. Pulled foul. Wow. I have a feeling that young man, 5 years old, whatever he is, he'll never forget that little encounter. 3-2 to Morneau. Kubel didn't go on the last pitch. He goes here, and the pitch is inside. So now back-to-back walks. Coke in 5 1/3 innings without walking anybody. And now he brings the tying run to the plate with back-to-back free passes.
Yeah, that'll bring out their pitching coach, the Tigers pitching coach Rick Knapp, to come out and try to settle down his left-hander.
You know, we're talking about Rick Anderson and Ron Gardenhire and the heavy emphasis on throwing the ball over the plate. Rick Knapp, a big part of that in the minor leagues. That's what got him to the major leagues with the Tigers, because they thought, here's a guy who might be able to turn around Dontrell Willis and Jeremy Bonderman and some of these other Detroit pitchers. But they tell a story in the minor leagues, and I asked Rick a couple years ago about it, and he confirmed it. In trying to impress upon these drafted pitchers the importance of throwing strikes, that he blindfolded himself with all the pitchers around the mound, and he said, I bet you I can throw 9 strikes out of 10 pitches. And he blindfolded himself and threw 9 strikes in 10 pitches with his eyes, essentially closed.
Wow.
Here's Valencia. Outside ball 1. The point being, if I can do it with my eyes closed, you ought to be able to do it with your eyes open.
That's pretty impressive. Now, when they played their next game, did the pitcher go out there blindfolded?
1-0 to Valencia. One swing of the bat could produce the first Twins 3-run home run of the year.
I don't know if I could do that, even throw the ball in the batting cage if they did that to me.
In your prime? Come on. I think the number was 9 out of 10. I think that was the bet.
Pretty impressive.
Of course, his brother was the umpire. Coke really hasn't wobbled with his control at all here. We mentioned a couple of starts where he's walked 4. And he got through 5 innings without walking 1 man. Let's see what Valencia gets to hit here on 2-0 and what he does with it. With Kadair on deck.
He's lost his release point. Now you have to take a strike right here.
Kadair on deck. And he takes that strike, 3-1.
And you would think he's going to come back with the same pitch. Well, Danny Valencia's got to be ready for that fastball. If he throws anything else, take it. But if it's that fastball, hit it hard somewhere. And preferably in a gap area. Like left center or right center.
Twins with a great chance to get back into the game. Remember the out that Nathan got, for that matter, the 2 that Perkins got before him at the top of this inning to keep the game within reach. And now one good swing can tie the game up. Liner to the second baseman. And the second baseman makes the catch, no double play. Sizemore with a leaping catch for out number 2.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit off the end of the bat, and that creates the line drive. And Kubo gets back to the second base bag.
And so Jim Leno will come to the mound. Phil Koch has given the Tigers a good start here. Some control issues in the 6th. He comes off the mound leading by 3.
first inning, it was the Tigers who got on the board first. Victor Martinez had passed an RBI single. Twins came back in the bottom of the second. Couple doubles in that inning. RBI double by Michael Kadire. Scored Justin Morneau to tie the game. Twins actually took the lead in the third inning on an RBI single by Jason Kubel for the 2-1 lead. But then the first batter at the top of the fourth inning, a solo home run by Victor Martinez, tying the game at 2 apiece. In the fifth inning, they added 3 runs against Scott Baker, chased him from the ball game. Biggest hit, the 2-run double by Miguel Cabrera, followed by an RBI single by Victor Martinez again. Phil Koch's afternoon is done. 5 2/3 innings, 5 hits allowed. Both the runners, Kubel and Maurer, on the base paths, his responsibility. 85 pitches for Koch, 56 for strikes.
We'll see Al Albuquerque and his slider here. He has supposedly a great one, and he throws it about 90% of the time. There it is, ball 1.
Al Albuquerque, 24 years old in his rookie season, from the Dominican Republic.
Kadire hoping that he'll hang a slider. That kicks away from the catcher, and 2 runners will move up. So now, if Kadire can simply get a hit to the outfield, the Twins should be within 1. Morneau isn't blessed with the greatest of speed at second base, but we'll see what will happen here on this 2-0 pitch.
Yeah, that slider somehow got underneath Avila.
Wicked wild pitch, advancing both runners.
Well, had a lot of spin on it.
Kadire drove in a run with a double. 2-0. Another one down and away. With Tassoni on deck. First base is open, of course.
The scouting report says the hard slider, but also a very good fastball. 3 straight sliders there. There's a fastball, but misses low.
Now they're loaded up for Tassoni. Tassoni's already struck out twice today, and you saw Albuquerque's numbers: 22 strikeouts in 12 and a third innings. And last night, Tassoni had a big thrill.
Yeah, Rene Tassoni off of Rick Porcello, his first major league home run. And then showed off some leather a little bit. Nice running catch in the corner.
Albuquerque has faced 20 left-handed batters in his rookie season. He's given up 1 hit, and he's hit a batter. Hitters are 1 for 18. Lefties are against him. And Tassoni's going to try to change all that in this at-bat. Strike 1. Tassoni called out on strikes in the second. Went down swinging in the 4th. Swing on the slider, and it's 0-2. You put a lot of pressure on your catcher, of course, when you throw that hard slider in the dirt. Avila blocked that one.
I wonder what he's going to throw here.
2 strikes to Tassoni. And he got him on a half swing. And again, the slider does the damage, with Tassoni leaving the bases full. and the next one coming up Sunday when the Twins take on Toronto, the homestand finale. Kids get free Blue Bunny ice cream and autographs before the game, and they can run the bases here at Target Field afterward. Give a call to 800-33-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com to check on ticket availability for Sunday's game against Toronto. Well, the Twins had a chance. Tigers gave them the chance with 3 walks. But Tassoni, a couple of check swings, has gone on strikes. And we head to the 7th with the Tigers still up by 3.
You know, this is something, too, for Joe Nathan, too. Nathan got the final out in the 6th inning, went in and sat down, and now he's back out for the 7th inning. So Joe Nathan here this afternoon doing a couple things we have not seen him do yet this year.
There's Alex Avila, ball 1.
Again, Nathan usually only pitches 1 inning. And he usually starts an inning.
Hit to right center field. Vila aboard for the second time. He walked back in the 5th inning. So the leadoff man on here in the 7th inning.
All right, fell behind, came in with a fastball. Yeah, Vila, good extension with that heavier bat this year.
Strikes brought to you by Carrier. Well, here's Ramon Santiago. We'll see if the Tigers want Santiago to drop down a bunt here. Slowey and Maharis warming up. And it's a good bunt. Hughes covers the bag, 1 away. Good play by Hughes, getting over there in a hurry with Santiago pulling the bunt between the mound and first base.
Yeah, excellent bunt right there by Santiago. It got past Nathan. You know, as a pitcher, you go past, you have to keep going toward first base. Nathan right there kind of stopped, but it's a second baseman, Hughes, getting over there quickly.
Santiago bunted for a base hit against Nathan in game 163. A valuable player. He's played some very good ball games and had some impactful at bats against the Twins. Here's Inge. Pretty important runner for the Tigers at second base. They'd like to get him in. They have left 7 men on over the last 3 innings. Bounce to third. Valencia looks the runner back. And a quick second out. And it'll bring up Austin Jackson. Jackson singled his last time up. 1 for 4 on the day. He has not struck out yet today. He is leading the major leagues with 49. Breaking ball. Snaps over. Strike 1. Just the way Jim Leland managed the bottom of the 6th inning. Kadyr's hitting 100 points better against lefties and righties, so you can understand why he didn't want Cope pitching to Kadyr. Kadyr had at least one really good swing against him already in the ballgame with the game on the line. But then with Albuquerque out there, righty against righty, you wonder whether he almost issued an intentional walk to Kadyr just to get to Sony, the inexperienced rookie, and strike him out on 3 pitches. Even though Kadyr's run brought the winning potential go-ahead run to the plate.
Yeah, I think, you know, Albuquerque just missed with his pitches against Kadyr. Two strikes to Austin Jackson.
very high. And you see 94 miles per hour on that pitch from Nathan. But it's been the location and the late life that the Twins are looking for from Nathan on his pitches, and maybe they're starting to see that.
A chance to throw the slider right here. See if he does that down and away. Got him.
So Jackson strikes out for the 50th time this year. Nathan getting 4 outs. And it's time now for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Medica.
This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC.
The Twins have an off day tomorrow in a 3-game series with Toronto starting on Friday night. And they hope to come back and win this game. Albuquerque and his slider will face Rene Rivera, then Matt Tolbert, and then Denard Span.
Yeah, Albuquerque signing as a free agent, minor league free agent over the winter by the Detroit Tigers last year. Spent the whole season in the Colorado Rockies organization, originally signed by the Cubs.
And there's the fastball. He showed Rivera the fastball, and that might be the last one he sees. Well, that's kind of how he went at Tassoni, right? First pitch, I think, was the called fastball, wasn't it? Or did he throw him a slider?
I believe he threw him all sliders.
Oh, did he? Okay. Then there's the slider. One and one. Fastball low. You can see it's a 94 mile per hour fastball. So you got to respect that, the velocity he has, and then he comes at you with a darting slider. Schlereth pitched last night. He's warming up again today. 3-1. Albuquerque with 6 walks in 12 2/3 innings. Actually 7. He walked Kadire. High fastball. So Rivera reaches, leading off the 7th.
Now 4 walks given by to the Twins over 1+ innings.
Trying to roll the lineup over with a threat. The Twins didn't really hit their way into a threat in the 6th, taking 3 walks, but now another one to start the 7th. Tolbert singled and scored in the 3rd, hit a fly ball to center in the 5th. Fastball down the middle. Another one at the knees at 94 miles per hour.
Well, very compact. You see him leave that left shoulder in. Oh, good fastball, good location.
2 strikes to Tolbert. Another fastball. Just off the corner, 1-2. Ball missing, 2-2. Tigers were hoping that Joel Zumaya, who throws even harder than Albuquerque, would be able to help them this year, and it's looking more and more like that's just not going to happen. More elbow problems. He broke his arm, his elbow here at Target Field last year.
You see that in the Twins dugout right there. A little scatter report on all the relievers for the Tigers.
It's lifted to left, right at the left fielder, Rayburn, 1 away.
Yeah, Albuquerque himself, he had the Tommy John surgery back in 2005. Back in 2008, had the right shoulder surgery. So this young man's kind of gone through, you know, some problems trying to get to the major league level, and at the major league level for the first year. Made it out of spring training, had a very good spring training for Jim Leland and the Tigers.
Just an odd thought. In the Dominican Republic, do they even refer to it as the Tommy John surgery? Maybe there's a Dominican pitcher who's had the surgery, and maybe down there it's known as
just a right elbow surgery.
Yeah, could be. 1-0 to Span. Span 0 for 3. He hasn't had many 0-fers. He'd like to get a hit here. Of course, the Twins would love to get the likes of Kubel, Morneau, and Valencia to the plate representing the tying run. 1-0. Slider, and it's taken for ball 2. Pretty much the same slider down and in that Tassone checked his swing on twice and struck out. Now you got a more seasoned hitter up here in Span. He's seen nasty sliders like this before. On the inside corner. 2-1. Kelly playing in front of the runner Rivera. Now 3-1. Well, prior to the Span at bat, 4 of the last 7 batters have walked. Coke walked a couple. Albuquerque's walked a couple. And now he's in danger of walking Span and getting Hughes up as the tying run. Is that a yawn? Was he yawning out there? He checked his swing again, and it's a walk. So here comes Hughes representing the tying run, and Jim Leland might be reaching for his Marlboros.
Well, Twins don't have a hit over the last 2 innings, but they do have drawn 5 walks.
Change it up. We said last inning they're 1 swing of the bat away from tying it up. They're just
2 walks away.
Keep the bat on the shoulder and see what happens. Hughes is 0 for 3.
Got crossed up.
And so both runners move up, and now a hit to the outfield, especially with Span at second, should draw the Twins to within 1.
Avila going out and saying, okay, these are the signs. Okay, Avila, I think expecting a slider, ended up being a fastball. He walked the pitcher out to the mound. Now Rick Knapp coming out, making sure that both these guys are on the same page. Second wild pitch of the ball game for Albuquerque.
Joaquin Benoit has had a disappointing first year with the Tigers, at least by the standards he set last year, and he's warming up in case things spin out of control, no pun intended, even further here in the 7th. So Albuquerque struck out Tassoni to leave the bases full in the 6th, and he looks to be on the verge of refilling them here in the 7th. He has mixed his fastball in more often than he did last inning when he.
Yeah, Vila was wishing it was a slider.
It'd be nice if the catcher knew what was coming.
And there's a slider.
And a half swing strike. .23 pitches, 9 strikes, but at least half of those, if you can have 9 strikes, have been check swings. Left a pitch up, and Hughes fouled it to the net. He got something he could have hit, and he didn't. Finally hung one of those sliders.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen too often here. You know, Danny Valencia got a hitter's count and hit it sharply, but right at the Sizemore at second base.
1-2 to Hughes.
Now I'm sure here comes that nasty slider again. Oh, left it up.
So when he came in the game, almost all the sliders were in the dirt down and away from Kadir, and now he's leaving them up to a right-handed batter. Two and 2 to Hughes. Hit high and deep to right field. This ball's up and it's off the wall. It'll only score 1 with Span holding at second base. So 1 run scores on a double. And Hughes gets a big hit and represents the tying run at second.
I think it's a base running mistake right there by Denard Span. This ball hit sharply the other way. I don't know, Span, I was watching the flight of the ball. If he just hung around second base too long, but the ball gets behind Bosch off the wall. And Span ends up holding up at third base. Take a look right here. I would have to think that Span would have to go a little bit further, because even if, you know, the ball is caught, he can still get back to second base.
So the Twins get 1. They got the tying run at second. Kuba coming to the plate to hit against Daniel Schlereth. And he paid the price for it, and now the Tigers in the last couple innings set themselves up for the Twins to get a big hit with 5 walks. Hughes gets a big hit, and now Daniel Schlereth comes in.
Yeah, Schlereth worked in last night's ball game, worked 1 shutout inning, the 8th inning. Through 22 pitches, 12 for strikes. faced Jason Kubel last night. Kubel lined out to right fielder. At the time, that was Casper out in right field last night's game.
Casper Wells.
Excuse me, Casper Wells.
So Kubel today has driven a liner to left that was caught, a liner to center that dropped for a 2-out RBI single, and then he walked in the 6th. So the tying run is at second. Span didn't score from second on the double. Kubel takes a breaking ball that covers the inside corner.
You know, again, Leonard Span has to score on that ball. He got a terrible read. He should have known that ball was over Bosch's head. And why he was going back to second when he saw the ball hit the wall is why he didn't score.
Strike. Oh, my. A ball. It looked like that broke right over the heart of the plate. 1-1. Where was that pitch?
Oh, let's see what Fox Track says.
Okay. 1-1 to Kubel. He's gotten a couple of breaking pitches from Schlereth. A high blast to deep right field. Gone into the upper deck. And the Twins take the lead on their first 3-run home run of the season.
I just want to hear the crowd. Awesome. Jason Kubel with his 4th home run of the year. Got a fastball and didn't miss it.
And now Morneau takes outside. 2 breaking pitches, one called strike, the other called a ball.
Now Kubel taking a curtain call.
And the Twins now lead it 6-5. And now 2-0. But you just, again, you see the importance of a ball strike call. That pitch, the second one to Kubel, looked like it could have been called a strike. And instead of it being an 0-2 count and the hitter's on his heels, Kubel got a fastball and creamed it into the upper deck. And now Morneau takes up high, 3-0. Morneau walked his last time up. Strike on the outside corner, and it looked like Morneau had the green light there. He looked like he was prepared to swing. Back now 3-2. Well, the Twins needed a jolt. The Tigers set them up for a jolt. They actually got 2 of them. The Hughes double kind of got the Twins awakened a little bit. At least Jason Kubel was awake. And he crushed a 3-run home run to put the Twins in front. And now 3-2 to Morneau. All back. Driven to right center field. And Morneau will have another extra base hit. And a pair of doubles for the Twins' first baseman. The one to left field in front of the left fielder. This one driven hard against the fence in right center.
And Jim Leland saying, Schlereth, all you did was add fuel to the fire right here. After a couple walks this inning, Twins bats explode. RBI double by Hughes, Kubel's 3-run home run, and Justin Morneau with his second double.
Twins lead by a run, looking to add some more here in the 7th. Of the year for the Twins so far, thanks to Jason Kubel. It's a 4-run 7th so far, and with Justin Morneau at second, Joaquin Benoit comes into the game for Detroit.
Yeah, Benoit last year with the Rays, 63 appearances, a 1.34 ERA, free agent, signed a 3-year contract with the Detroit Tigers. Hasn't really panned out yet, making his 15th appearance.
Here's Danny Valencia, 1 for 3 with a line out to second his last time up. You want an example of how fickle relief pitching can be. You're looking at it with Joaquin Benoit. Last year, he signed a minor league deal with the Rays and had a phenomenal year. And he parlayed that into a 3-year, $16.5 million deal with Detroit. And he's already given up more runs than he did all last year with Tampa Bay. So there was a reason the Rays were able to get him on the cheap last year. And so the Tigers jump in with both feet, sign him to a 3-year deal. And he hasn't paid off yet for it. 1-1 to Valencia. Up the middle. Knocked down nicely by Santiago. He'll perhaps save a run. Valencia will get an infield hit. But the inning continues with the Twins getting 4 straight hits.
Yeah, second infield hit for Danny Valencia, and Santiago does save a run right here. Diving for that ball up the middle. See Justin taking off for third. And Santiago keeping that ball near him, and Justin Cass to stop at third.
Well, here's Kadire, who's reached a couple of times. Drew a walk. He was the first man Albuquerque faced last inning. Down and away, ball 1. Kadire 3 hits, including a double and a home run in 8 at-bats against Benoit.
Benoit with a fastball in the low 90s, sharp slider, and a very good changeup.
Want to know to Kadire. 2-0. Last night, and for most of the game today, the biggest issue for the Twins was keeping the Tigers from taking walks, not doing a very good job of that. But now, here in the late innings this afternoon, The Tigers have had control issues and have had to pay the price. There's a strike down the middle.
Well, the Twins with 7 walks in a ball game and 5 for the Detroit Tigers. And those leadoff walks, Gene Mauch was right. They always seem to score.
Well, depends who the leadoff hitter is, too. This is Rene Rivera. He doesn't have a hit yet for the Twins, and he drew a walk to start this inning. 2-1, and Kadire lifts it foul. Leadoff runners reaching base have accounted for 10 of the 11 runs scored in today's game. And there's Rivera, who led off the inning with a walk. Span drew a walk, and then 4 straight hits, including Kubal's 3-run homer. 2-2. Tigers playing the infield back. They want Kadire to hit a ground ball at somebody. He's trying to get one to the outfield. Inside 3-2, and that will allow the Twins, if they want to send Valencia.
They tried to change up right there on the 2-2 pitch.
Now Valencia can take off perhaps here with a full count of 1 out. That might eliminate the chance for a double play.
A better chance to break up a double play if the ball's hit on the ground.
Right. Warno's at third with an awfully important run. The Twins lead by 1, and they'd like to expand that lead. And Valencia started towards second, but he didn't go too far. To Kadire. Valencia goes. Lifted foul. And let's remind our viewers, too, that as the Twins have come back with 4 runs to take the lead, Detroit's best hitter is not in the game anymore. Miguel Cabrera was ejected for arguing balls and strikes. Don Kelly is at first base. And now Jim Leland wants Brandon Andrew, the shortstop, Santiago, to play in a little bit, as well as the second baseman. Try to increase the chances of turning a double play. Another 3-2 to Kadire. Valencia knew it was coming this time.
Well, Valencia's not going to get the best of jump right here, but he is going to be taking off, it looks like. And you do want to make sure that pitcher throws home.
Strikeout and a throwout. So Kadire swings at what would have been ball 4. It's a strikeout, throwout double play. The Twins get 4 to take a lead after 7. Sports North is brought to you by the new Quest 5-year price lock promise. Visit quest.com/promise for details. Well, the Twins turned the game around in the bottom of the 7th inning, and now it's a 1-run lead for Jose Majares as he pitches to the Tigers in the 8th.
Yeah, good job by Joe Nathan getting out of that bases loaded situation in the 6th inning. Ended up pitching a scoreless inning in the 7th, and now Jose Majares coming in for the 16th time.
6 outs to go. The Twins are going to ask Majares to get 3 of them here. Sizemore, Bosch, and then remember, Cabrera's out. It's Don Kelly who's hitting in the cleanup spot now for Detroit. And Majares, if the Twins could just snap their fingers and get him to pitch ahead in the count, it would make their lives a whole lot easier. 1-0 to Sizemore, who's drawn 2 walks in the ballgame. And it's 2-0. When he's been effective the last couple of years, he has done this. But he's been able to recover from it. Less so this year, with Majares pitching 11 1/3 innings and walking 8 men. Down the right field line, foul. Sizemore 0 for 2 with 2 walks. Then Bosch 1 for 3 with a walk. And then Kelly will be coming to the plate for the first time. Three and 1. Perkins has already been used. Nathan's been used. You saw Slowey warming up, but in case there's any issue here in the 8th inning, Capps might be asked to pitch more than an inning to get the save. Foul back, 3 and 2.
Well, you want to make Sizemore earn his way on. He drew that leadoff walk in the 5th inning, and that set up a 3-run inning for the Tigers.
Three and 2. The Detroit second baseman. Hit to right field. Kadire back a couple of steps for the first out. Here's the Home Depot doing more on defense, and Bernard Span's been controlling center field beautifully for the Twins this year.
It really has. You have to go back early in the ball game. He comes flying in and makes a nice catch on the slide. Right off the bat of Ramon Santiago in the 2nd inning.
Here's Bosch, and strike 1. So Majares will work ahead of Bosch. Bosch doing very well against lefties, hitting nearly 400 against them. 1 and 1. Two and 1. Half swing. Did he go? No. 3 and 1. So Majares, who nearly walked Sizemore, now has a 3-1 count to Bosch.
Good fastball right there. A lot of 3-ball counts.
Like that ball had some cut to it. It darted away from Bosch. Not a bad idea.
The Twins pitchers here this afternoon 11 times has taken the count to 3 balls. Detroit pitchers 9 times.
Full count to Brennan Bosch.
They walked.
So now Kelly will be called back, and Peralta is going to hit. And we'll see if the Twins make a move and bring Caps in to get the last 5 outs.
Number 27, Johnny Peralta, pitch hitting for John Kelly.
So Peralta last night got the scoring started for the Tigers on a 2-0 pitch.
He had a 2-run home run off of Francisco Liriano. After no hitting the Chicago White Sox, first hit that Liriano had given up. And Ron Gardenhire coming out. And we will bring in Matt Capps.
4 outs and a save in Boston, and now he'll try to get 5 here today. Two-game sweep. Today they're trying to avoid a 2-game sweep, and he'll be asked to get 5 outs.
Well, Matt Capps worked in last night's ball game, a shutout inning with a couple strikeouts. He threw 14 pitches, 9 for strikes. Looking for to get out of this situation and hopefully picking up a save. It would be his 6th.
You know, when Joe Nathan went down with the elbow injury last year, no one was happy about it, but the Tigers, I'm sure, were relieved because Nathan was just lights out against the Tigers. Capps came over and stepped in very nicely. He has pitched a total of 8 innings against the Tigers, hasn't given up a run on only 3 hits. He's gotten a win and a couple of saves, those coming last year, and now he'll try to get Peralta. Maybe get a double play ball and get the Twins off the field quickly in the 8th. Down the middle, a strike. And Peralta does it again. A 2-run home run, and the Tigers are back in front.
A hanging slider right there, and Peralta, what he did last night in the first inning off of Liriano, hits a home run. Home run number 4 on the year for Johnny Peralta in his first pinch hitting appearance.
On 0-1 pitch, and Capps left it over the inner half of the plate, and it got whacked. So with that, the Tigers take a 7-6 lead, and that brings up Victor Martinez. So who needs Miguel Cabrera? They eventually get a home run from their cleanup hitter anyway. Morneau snags a line drive, out number 2. And that'll bring up Rayburn. They measure the home run by Peralta at 380 feet. I think they measured Jason Kubel's earlier by the way at 460 feet as he hit one into the upper deck in right. But as dramatic as the home run was, right now it's not going to be enough. One strike from Caps to Rayburn. And a ball. Well, Peralta, who's re-signed with the Tigers, and you can tell by looking at him, he's a trimmer. And he's gotten a couple of big hits for the Tigers already in this young season, and 2 of them here tonight. Or 2 of them in this series. One and 2. Foul back. Caps, who pitched so effectively last year against the Tigers and had a relatively stress-free inning last night, gets touched for a big 2-run home run to the first batter he faces here in the 8th.
Yeah, a lot of times, again, you do not like bringing your closer in the 8th inning to get out of an inning and then, one more inning.
Cap strikes out Rayburn, but a 2-run home run by Johnny Peralta put the Tigers back in front.
Fans for Quest Twins Live will break it all down. It includes the Toyota post-game wrap. We'll talk about Jason Kubel, who connects again today. He's been red hot in that batter's box. Our instruction will teach you how to hit to the opposite field. We'll hear from Ron Gardenhire. It's been a topsy-turvy late ball game with the rain spattering down. Guys, we need to rally one more time.
Now Rene Tassoni will lead things off against Joaquin Benoit. Thank you, Kevin Gord. Had a great chance to add to a 1-run lead in the 7th, but that strike him out, throw him out double play left them with a 1-run lead, and now Peralta taking over at first base after hitting a huge pinch hit home run. 1 strike to Tassoni. Sony has struck out 3 times, twice swinging. He'll face Benoit, then Rivera and Tolbert. The Twins have a bench of Revere, Plouffe, who they don't want to use, Casilla, and Butera. One and two.
A good changeup right there.
Just off the plate, 2 and 2. Ben Revere with a bat in hand. He may hit lower in the order. Rivera's in the on deck circle. Half swing. Did he go? Strike 3. Another check swing strikeout for Tassone. And it's the first out of the 8th inning. Checked his swing against Albuquerque in the 6th and didn't check it in time. And pretty much the same story here in the 8th.
Last night, Tassone, a night he'll always remember because of hitting his first major league home run. And you want to forget about this afternoon. 4 strikeouts for Tassone.
Had he reached, Revere might have entered the game as a pinch runner. As it is, Revere will hit for Rivera.
Well, Rivera pinch hit in last night's ball game, got a base hit to left field late in the game.
Second hit of the year for Revere. Fastball, strike 1. So by inserting Revere here, Butera also will be used up. He'll catch the balance of this game. That's in the dirt, 1-1. Boy, you get back to the walks and how the Twins were able to put together a 4-run inning in the 7th. Walks played a big part of it. But then you go to the top of the 8th. If Martinez doesn't walk Bosch, he's probably left in there to face Peralta, because Peralta only means the tying run, not the go-ahead run. And Caps will probably have a tough time sleeping tonight with the hanging slider that got hit out. But the walk set it all up again.
Again, 9 walks by the staff yesterday, even though 2 were intentional. 8 so far here this afternoon.
And Revere lifts it foul over the Tiger dugout, 1-2. Furrowed brow of a closer who gave up a home run in the 8th inning. Revere trying to get aboard, 1-2. To third, Hinge charges, and a high throw. Revere will reach. The benefit of having speed in your lineup. Hinge knew he had to hurry his throw, and he threw off target, and Revere's aboard.
Well, that's all you want right there. You want Ben Revere to hit the ball on the ground because of the speed. And it looked like right off the end of the bat, but that ball right down that third base line. Brandon Inge trying to hurry his throw. And even a good throw would not been able to get Ben Revere. See him hustling down the line.
So now Tolbert singled in the 3rd, scored. Since then, a couple of outfield flies. Obviously looking for a hit. An extra base hit might tie the game. Tolbert takes a strike. Tolbert has 3 extra base hits among the 10 he's collected on the season. A couple of doubles and a triple. Revere stolen a base. All back, 2 strikes. Valverde warming up. Oh, and 2 to Matt Tolbert. And now 1 and 2. Have a couple of hits against Benoit. They've both been infield hits. 2 and 2. Span on deck, hoping that A, Tolbert can reach, or B, Revere ends up after the at-bat, at least as far as second base. 2 and 2. That'll reach the seats. Out hitting the Tigers 10-9, but walks have been a big factor in this game for both teams. Ooh. Foul right near the Detroit dugout.
Well, watch out, Jim Leyland.
Got him.
I think they got him, yeah. Everybody behind him starts to walk away.
Tolbert hanging tough here, having an extended at bat. Twins would love to see Revere motor around the bases. To right center field. And it'll run toward the gap. Revere around second on his way to third. Bosch bobbles the ball. They're going to wave Revere around. Here he comes to the plate and he scores. A collision at the plate. Revere scores the tying run, slamming into Avila. And the Twins have tied it up on an extra base hit by Matt Tolbert.
Well, Avila trying to protect the plate, just put the shin guards down on Ben Revere. And you just saw this young man just all-out hustle right there. Bosch had a little trouble getting that ball in his glove. And Steve Little, the third base coach, said, keep going. So Tolbert with a big hit, the ball in the gap. Watch Bosch go over. And then right there, that little slip and the ball get away. That allows Steve Little to say, keep going.
My goodness.
He just barreled right into Avila, straight into home plate.
His face crashed into the shin guard of the catcher. Look at this. Boom. Infield in. Span at the plate. Go ahead run at third with 1 out. Span walked and scored his last time up. Outside corner, strike 1. Revere last year broke his jaw after getting hit by a pitch. And here moments ago, that jaw went right into the shin guard of the catcher. One strike to Span, with the Twins having tied it up at 7. 2 strikes.
Let's take a look at Ben Revere. He watches that ball drop right there and then takes off. Picking up his third base coach, Steve Little, and then sliding hard into home plate.
He got it. Avila airborne. Lifted him off the ground. 2 strikes to Span. smothered by Avila. Nicely done. 1-2. Another run charge to Benoit. Only gave up 9 earned runs last year. I don't know if this will be ruled an earned run. With an error charge to Bosch in right field. 1-2. And now 2-2. So Cap's given a reprieve with the Twins scoring at least once here in the 8th. And now Span trying to give his closer a second lead to protect. Two and 2. Three and 2. Looking at the Detroit outfield, they're playing in a little bit, but the center fielder Austin Jackson playing a very shallow center field.
Let's see if Span can get a pitch and do what Tolbert did, split the gap somewhere. Watch Span run.
Full count to Span. And he waves at a pitch that would have been ball four.
Hey, threw the changeup right there, and Span, I think, went out of his swing zone right there. And Benoit picks up his second strikeout this inning.
He's in the right-handed batter's box. On a 3-2 pitch, and remember the 7th inning was ended when Cuddyer swung at a pitch on a 3-2 count out of the zone. Well, now the Twins need a pick-me-up. Infield at standard depth. And Hughes, who doubled off the fence in right his last time up, trying to get a bigger 2-out hit here. 1 strike. Twins hadn't done much of anything since the 3rd inning until they took a couple of walks, and then Hughes doubled off the fence in right center. Kubel hit his home run, and the Twins had a brief lead. Now we're tied at 7. Two strikes.
Change up inside, slider down and away.
Got a piece of it. Leland looking at his roster, looking at the Twins roster, trying to figure out matchups for the end of this game, which the way it's going might not be for a while. 2 strikes to Hughes. His RBI in the 7th, his 6th of the year. Trying to get number 7 right here. Fly ball to right. Bosch comes in. 1 for the Twins to tie it at 7. Ben Revere scampering home from first on a double, and it's 7 up after 8. Ben Revere scoring the tying run on the bottom of the 8th. We go to the 9th, even at 7. And the Tigers will send up the bottom third of their batting order. Avila, Santiago, and Inge. Butera in the game now catching for the Twins. Flip foul, strike 1. So Avila involved from the Detroit side in the collision with Ben Revere, and you saw the diminutive Revere get Avila airborne, going down low and getting him up off the ground, but Revere was able to score the run, sliding through the catcher inside 1-1.
Well, you know, it's going to be a bang play at home plate, and as a base runner, what you do, well, you want to go in, you know, feet first, and that's exactly what Revere did, showing off right there some of his scars, sliding into home plate.
And Avila fouls it away 1-2. So Caps doesn't have a second lead to protect, but as he pitches through the bottom of the Detroit batting order, he wants to make pretty quick work of this and get the Twins to the plate in a tie game, because the Twins have their 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up in the bottom of the 9th. One and 2 to Avila. Just missed the inside corner. Twice he's tried to get in there and get a called third strike. 2-2. Avila, Santiago, and Inge here in the Detroit 9th. That's to left center field. Span over, making a nice running catch. 1 down. So 1 away. And that'll bring up Santiago.
Well, every team, you look at center field and you see a great athlete right there, Denard Span, making another nice running catch, covering a lot of ground.
Santiago laid down a sacrifice his last time up. Pulled the bunt between the mound and first base, and the Twins got it out. That was a little number. That's going to be a tough play. Caps fields, fires, not in time. So a swinging bunt this time, and Santiago's aboard with 1 out.
Yeah, right off the end of the bat, and kind of, you know, Butera can't get out there far enough. Caps has to barehand it and then flip it over to first base, but Santiago just beat it out. His first hit of the ball game.
And now Inge 1 for 4. Ball 1. Way out in front, strike.
Yeah, good slider there.
He's grounded into 5 double plays this year, and maybe Caps can get the double play in this at bat he was looking to get in the Peralta at bat. One and 1. Hold by Caps. Hopped up over our heads.
A lot of things over our heads.
1-2. Twins getting a short start today from Scott Baker, who's been pitching very well, only going 4 1/3 innings.
Yeah, unusual 5 walks for Baker, career high.
High fastball. Inge lays off. It's 2-2. Coming on the heels last night of Liriano going just 3 innings, and bullpen running on fumes again. Popped up. This might be playable for Butera. Not much room behind home plate here, but enough to suit in. You know, this is the 6th batter that Caps has had to face. But you look, he's only thrown 18 pitches, and therein lies the lesson for Jose Mijares or any reliever, really. If you attack the hitters, if you attack the strike zone, you're not going to have an inflated pitch count in 1 inning worth of work. Now, Caps would love to have that hanging slider back.
Easier said than done, Dick, too. You know, I mean, Mijares doesn't want to fall behind everybody like he does. You know, he's trying to throw strikes. Matt Caps just able to do that on a more consistent basis. "18 pitches, 13 strikes for Matt."
He's pitched 16 1/3 innings now. He hasn't walked anybody yet. 2-2 to the number 9 hitter for Detroit. Now full count. They'll appeal. He didn't swing. Austin Jackson in the on-deck circle.
Oh, fastball middle in. And Inge held up.
See if the Tigers send Santiago here. There he goes. And the pitch fouled back. Each team has had some leads to work with. Tigers had a 3-run lead, but the Twins scored 4 times in the 7th. Take a very brief lead.
It'll strike him out, throw him out. That's what the Twins need here.
And a foul tip off the toe of Butera, with Santiago taking off again.
That Caps with 3-2 slider right there, and Inge just got a piece of it.
There's Jackson. He'll hit next unless the Twins do get a double play. Another 3-2 to Brandon Inge. Santiago goes. Another foul ball. Still a long battle here. The veteran Inge against Caps. And Inge has struggled this year, but always has given Jim Leland professional at bats, and he's been a real pain in the neck here to Caps in the 9th inning. Caps got ahead of him. Now it's a full count. The runner gets to take off. Santiago goes again, and the pitch hit to right center field. Long run for Span. And he doesn't make the catch and crashes into the fence. Santiago around third. He's coming home. Hughes with the throw, not in time, and Span crumpled in a ball on the warning track. It looked like he got there but didn't make the catch. And the Tigers get a lead here in the top of the 9th.
I'm sure as an outfielder sometimes you go so far for a ball and maybe lose sight of the ball. Span almost looked like, you see, put up the glove and the ball just kind of went underneath his glove. Span. It'll be an RBI triple for Brandon Inge, and the Tigers again take the lead now 8-7.
Twins have to bring the infield in now with Inge, who gave Jim Leyland a great at bat. And with the runner going, the Tigers were able to take another lead. So a 10-pitch battle won by Inge, and the Tigers have another lead. And this Detroit rally started with that little squibber off the bat of Santiago. Squeeze play, and it'll be another run for Detroit. Jackson dropped it down, Inge scored, and the Tigers lead by 2.
Why, perfectly executed right there. Jim Leyland calling for the squeeze. Inge taking off. Jackson just putting it down on the ground. Doesn't matter where, just put it on the ground. And Inge slides across the plate. And the out is recorded, but Jackson picks up an RBI, his 12th of the year.
Here's Sizemore. And a strike. Caps, who came into the game with just 5 runs allowed, has given up 3 runs here in an inning and a third. Strike 2. I'm sure Bernard Span will be asked what happened on that drive to the gap, because he did run a long way and did appear to get there. But I don't think the ball ever even touched his glove.
No. Again, always a difficult play. He knew he was near the wall. He knew he was on the warning track. Went a long way to even try to catch that ball. Inge hit that ball hard the other way.
Popped up Morneau near the dugout for a look, but it's out of play. Well, Caps is about to throw his 30th pitch. Fouled straight back. The Twins have come back a couple of times late in this ball game already, and they're going to need to come back one more time. And as we said before, the middle of the lineup due up. And now, of course, they'll have to do it against Valverde, who has a save opportunity handed to him, or will. 2 strikes to Sizemore, and off the end of the bat. Plenty of time to warm up. He's ready to go. He'll have a lead of at least 2. Popped up left field. And Tassoni's out there. Couple for the Tigers, and Jason Kubel, who got a big hit for the Twins in the 7th inning, will lead off the ninth. Tigers against the Twins, and he got one. A drive to the gap in right center that Span couldn't catch.
Twins were down 5-3. They score 4 in the bottom of the 7th to take a lead, but the Tigers come back with 2. Twins tie it after 8 innings, but the Tigers just put 2 more on the board to take a 2-run lead. Jose Valverde, the save guy here in Detroit, 7 for 7 in save opportunities, making his 17th appearance overall.
Valverde the other day got the 200th save of his major league career. He's the 41st pitcher to rack up that many saves. And he'll come through the middle of the Twins lineup, or try to anyway. Kubel, Morneau, and Valencia. Had a good year, an all-star year in his first year with Detroit last year. Casper Wells is in the game in right field. Kubel has reached the last 3 times. Of course, the big 3-run home run, the first 3-run homer for the Twins this year, gave the Twins a lead in the 7th. Down and in, ball 1. Tigers doing some damage against the Twins closer, and we'll see if the Twins can get something done against the Tiger closer. 1-1.
Yeah, Valverde with a good fastball right there at 91, a split finger, slider, and a changeup.
Foul back.
Well, Jason Kubel, an RBI single in the 3rd inning. That gave the Twins a 2-1 lead, and then a big 3-run home run for Kubel in the 7th inning.
1-2 to Kubel, leading off the Twins' 9th, down a couple. 2-2. And the Twins got their first exposure to Valverde last year and really didn't do much against him. But as we said before, Caps had a similar year last year against Detroit, and they scored in a couple of different innings against him.
Watch Valverde right here, the way he sets up to get ready. Comes up, almost twists his upper torso.
Just off the plate, and it's 3-2. And he wants a different baseball. Last year, middle of the season, right after the All-Star break, Valverde had a 60-pitch outing, and he was never the same after that. Kubel trying to get aboard here, starting the 9th inning. And Kubel draws a walk. So the very thing Valverde didn't want to do, and he might have a quarrel with the pitch that was called ball 3, but he's issued a walk, and that gets Morneau to the plate, representing the tying run. Justin has reached a couple of times. A bloop double to left his first time up. Grounder in the 3rd, a walk in the 6th, and then he drilled a double to the gap in right center his last time up. Nice foul on strike. Home run coming in Kansas City. A good spot for his first Target Field home run of the year. Kubel at first, not being held. Foul back.
Boy, just a little unhappy right there. He had a couple pitches, especially that last one. He thought he should hit a little bit better than he did. Fouled it straight back.
Right down Broadway.
You can see Justin's reaction.
Two strikes to Morneau. Got him. Splitter. Got him for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, Justin had his pitch to hit. He fouled it off, and then Valverde went to the strikeout pitch, and that's that split finger.
So now Danny Valencia. Valencia with a pair of infield hits. Faced Valverde once last year. Strike in the inside corner. Just off the corner. 1-1. One and one to the Twins' third baseman. Inside 2-1. One of the more deliberate pitchers in the game.
Yeah, he led the National League twice in saves when he was with the Houston Astros back in 2007, 2008.
Fly ball to right. And Wells comes in a few steps. And that's out number 2. And it'll bring up Kadire. Kadire with a double over the head and off the glove of Rayburn in the left. Since then, double play grounder, a walk, and a double play strikeout. Like that he had in the 7th inning when the Twins had taken the lead and were poised to maybe expand that lead. Kadire struck out, Valencia thrown out. That was the end of that inning. Now trying to keep the game alive with Tassoni in the on-deck circle. Kubel goes and the pitch is outside. Kadire has some pop in his bat, obviously. First base is open, and they've been just playing with Tassoni all day long.
Imagine Valverde at home during the winter in Dominican Republic going out to his mailbox. I bet you it takes him probably, 15-20 minutes?
To put on his shoes.
Ho-hum.
1-0 to Kadire.
He's a great closer.
Popped up, should end the game. And the Tigers come to Minnesota and pull off a 2-game sweep, giving up a couple of leads in the process. Anthony LaPanta, the Twins had their chances late in the ballgame, but just didn't get it done today.
A seesaw, emotional affair at Target Field. We'll hear from Ron Gardenhire, get his thoughts on the way this one went back and forth. We'll look at how walks killed the Twins again today. All next on Quest Twins Live.